4. Mysterious signs a higher power is protecting you. Carl Jung once said, "Synchronicity is an ever-present reality for those who have eyes to see." What if those strange coincidences in your life weren't random at all? What if the delays, the detours, the no's that felt like rejection were actually divine protection? In today's video, we explore 4 powerful and mysterious signs that a higher power is silently guiding and shielding you, even when you don't realize it. As you watch, ask yourself, have you ever felt protected by something you couldn't see? Share your thoughts in the comments below. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss the spiritual wisdom you deserve. Let's dive into these signs together and uncover how recognizing them can transform your life with purpose and peace. Sign 1. Divine timing. Feels off, but is perfect. Life often throws us into situations that seem entirely out of sync with our desires. Plans fall apart, relationships collapse, and the timing of everything feels wrong. But what if those moments of disarray are not signs of failure, but sacred interruptions? What if every missed opportunity, every delay, and every heartbreak is not a punishment, but a form of protection from a higher power that sees what we cannot? Carl Jung's concept of the trickster archetype speaks to this very mystery. Those seemingly chaotic events that disrupt our carefully laid paths are not meaningless. They are, in fact, messengers of a deeper purpose, sent to awaken our consciousness and guide us away from hidden danger. That job you didn't get, that person who walked away, that plan that collapsed at the last minute, each may have been a divine no, redirecting you toward a greater yes. Spirituality teaches us that divine timing is not about convenience, but alignment. When something falls through, it's often because it wasn't in harmony with your soul's highest calling. And while the ego cries out in frustration, the awakened spirit begins to recognize the wisdom behind the apparent setback. As you walk through your own journey, you might begin to see that the detours were not distractions, they were recalibrations. That rejection that once wounded you might have protected your peace. That closed door may have prevented you from walking into a fire. There is a profound intelligence at work beneath the surface of your life, and it is constantly rearranging people, places, and events not to punish you, but to prepare you. Jung understood that the unconscious mind holds truths that the conscious mind cannot yet grasp, and sometimes the universe must disrupt your timeline to make space for your transformation. This spiritual awakening often comes disguised as loss, but it is only through that loss that you begin to see with new eyes and feel with a deeper heart. And while modern society glorifies control and linear progression, spiritual wisdom invites surrender, to trust that delays are not denials, but divine detours shaping you into someone who is truly ready for what's meant for you. You must learn to read the signs not with fear, but with reverence. Every pause is sacred. Every heartbreak is instructive. Every silence is filled with meaning. When things feel like they're falling apart, they may actually be falling into place. Let the discomfort of the moment become your teacher. Let the unanswered prayers become proof of unseen protection. And instead of asking why something didn't happen, begin asking what you were spared from. That is the essence of spiritual maturity, not needing to control the outcome, but learning to dance with the mystery of divine orchestration. It is in this dance that your soul evolves, your vision sharpens, and your trust deepens. And one day, you'll look back not with regret, but with awe, realizing that the timing wasn't wrong. After all, it was perfect. Have you ever experienced moments when everything felt wrong, but later turned out to be divinely perfect? If so, share your story in the comments so others can feel inspired. If not, type "I trust divine timing" below. Let's explore this mysterious spiritual wisdom together. Sign 2. Unexplainable protection in crisis. There are moments in your life when disaster feels imminent, when a car should have hit you, when you were just one decision away from ruin, or when everything seemed to collapse but somehow something shifted. Maybe it was a last-minute phone call that changed your plans, a stranger who delayed you just long enough, or a sudden inner voice urging you not to take that route, make that choice, or trust that person. At first, you might write it off as coincidence, as random luck. But as these moments pile up and form a silent pattern, you begin to sense that they are anything but random. Carl Jung called this the numinous, an unseen, sacred force that makes itself known when human logic fails and rationality reaches its limit. It's in those raw, vulnerable spaces when you're no longer in control, when the ego steps aside, that this higher intelligence steps in. Spirituality teaches us that these divine interferences are not about dramatic miracles, but about subtle, intelligent design. They are evidence of spiritual development unfolding beneath the surface of your daily life, protecting you in ways you don't even realize until long after the danger has passed. In the moment, you may feel afraid, overwhelmed, or even abandoned. But what if the very things you label as misfortune or delay are actually forms of protection? What if the closed doors, the failed relationships, the sudden turns are all precisely orchestrated to keep your soul aligned with something greater? The truth is, when you're walking the path of awakening, the universe doesn't just hand you clarity, it tests your trust, your surrender, your openness to signs that defy reason. You may not see the full picture, but you will feel an inner knowing, an inexplicable peace, or the unmistakable presence of something watching over you. In hindsight, those coincidences feel too intentional, too precise, to be meaningless. And when you look closer, you realize they are threads in the invisible fabric of divine guardianship. That is when you understand that spirituality is not just about belief. It's about awareness. It's about recognizing that the forces guiding you are not external fantasies, but deeply embedded truths, responding to your soul's vibration. The more spiritually developed you become, the more sensitive you are to these nudges, what others call intuition, you recognize as divine direction. This is why it's crucial to stay attuned to the unexplainable. Because sometimes, what saves you isn't a person or a plan. It's the presence of a power that rearranges the world around you just enough to keep you safe. It's what turns a tragedy into a breakthrough, a setback into a redirection. In moments when you feel like giving up or questioning why things didn't go your way, remember that protection often disguises itself as rejection, and delays may be divine pauses. Your task is to become spiritually awake enough to recognize the language of this higher force, whether it comes in the form of silence, intuition, timing, or unexpected shelter in the middle of a storm. These aren't just stories. You hear they are happening in your life, perhaps more often than you notice. And each time they do, They are evidence of a profound truth. You are not moving through this world alone. You are being shielded, shaped, and spiritually refined by something infinitely wiser than your mind can grasp. The more you trust in that, the more you'll begin to see that these moments are not only signs of divine protection, they are sacred invitations to deepen your relationship with the unseen world guiding you. If this message resonates with your soul, say it with faith. I am receiving this divine protection in ways I cannot explain. I trust the higher power guiding me. And if you feel seen by this insight, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom so you never miss a moment of truth and awakening. Sign 3. Mistakes become pathways to wisdom. Your mistakes are not evidence of failure. They are sacred keys disguised as pain, unlocking the hidden doors of your soul. Every regret, every wrong turn, every moment you wish you could erase was never a punishment. It was a mirror reflecting back the parts of you that longed to be seen, healed, and reclaimed. Carl Jung taught that the shadow, the unseen, unspoken part of the psyche, reveals itself most powerfully not in our triumphs, but in our errors. It is through these so-called failures that we are given the greatest opportunity for awakening. The shadow isn't darkness meant to be feared. It is intelligence wrapped in mystery, spiritual wisdom coded in discomfort, waiting for the conscious mind to decode it. When you are being protected by a higher power, you start to realize that life does not happen to you. It unfolds for you, even when it hurts. Every time you fall, life is whispering, look deeper. There is something here for you. And as you listen, something remarkable happens. The pain becomes a portal. The shame becomes a signal. And the regret becomes redirection. What once felt like failure now reveals itself as sacred preparation. This is how you begin to awaken, not with perfection, but with permission to see your missteps as maps. With each mistake, your false identities are stripped away, and your true essence begins to rise not as something new, but as something ancient within you finally remembered. Mistakes push you towards self-awareness, not away from it. They disrupt illusions, force humility, and break down the ego that clings to control. And in that breaking, in that beautiful unraveling, the soul expands. The higher self, which was once buried beneath layers of expectation, conditioning, and fear, begins to breathe again. Spiritual protection doesn't always feel like comfort. Sometimes it feels like chaos. But that chaos has an order. There is a hidden harmony in your hardships, a rhythm in your setbacks, a divine timing in your delays. Every no was a hidden yes to something higher. Every ending you grieved was a sacred exit toward your next evolution. Carl Jung said, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." This is the path of the spiritually intelligent, the ones who no longer view their mistakes as curses, but as conversations with the divine. You are being led, not lost. You are being refined, not rejected. And the more you learn to listen, not just with your ears, but with your energy, the more you will see that your mistakes are not the end of your story. They are the sacred punctuation marks between chapters, the commas where your soul pauses to gather meaning before continuing its deeper journey. When you begin to trust this, when you begin to welcome your flaws as teachers, you are no longer at war with yourself. You are walking in alignment, hand in hand with a higher power, fully awake to the wisdom that has always been guiding you from within. If you've ever felt like your biggest mistakes were secretly guiding you toward deeper wisdom, you're not alone. Join our growing spiritual wisdom community by subscribing to the channel. Here, we explore the signs of divine protection and inner growth. Remember, every misstep can be a message. You are being led, loved, and lifted by something greater. Sign 4. Synchronicities and meaningful coincidences. Synchronicities are not accidents or random events. They are the mysterious fingerprints of a higher power gently brushing across the surface of your everyday life, reminding you that you are never truly alone. When you encounter repeating numbers like 1111, come across the same symbol in different places, or meet someone at the exact moment you needed them most, these are not coincidences. They are precise alignments orchestrated by an unseen intelligence, guiding you toward your highest path. Carl Jung, the father of analytical psychology, described synchronicities as meaningful coincidences that reveal a deeper, interconnected web of existence, the existence of an intelligent spiritual force operating beyond the boundaries of logic and reason. In moments when the world feels uncertain or your path unclear, these signs arrive like whispers from the divine, not to scare or confuse you, but to reassure you that you are being divinely led. They confirm that even when chaos surrounds you, the universe is still in order, and you are part of that order. These synchronicities become especially vivid during periods of spiritual awakening, when your perception expands beyond the surface of things and begins to notice the subtle patterns, symbols, and hidden harmonies that others overlook. It might be the song that plays exactly when you're thinking of a loved one, or a stranger repeating the same phrase you just read in a book. In spiritual terms, these moments are not interruptions. They are invitations. Invitations to trust the process, to step into your inner knowing, and to understand that your life is being watched over by a benevolent force that sees further than you can. As you grow in spiritual wisdom, you begin to realize that every delay, detour, or unexpected turn might be exactly what your soul needs. What seems like a setback is often protection. What feels like a loss is often a redirection. And what appears to be a strange coincidence is often divine timing unfolding perfectly. Synchronicities don't only show you that a higher power exists, they show you that it cares, that it listens, and that it is actively involved in the orchestration of your life. That's why it's essential to develop a deeper awareness, to attune yourself to the symbols and patterns that speak not to your intellect, but to your intuition. Spiritual awakening is not about learning something new. It's about remembering what your soul has always known. These signs are like sacred winks from the universe, gentle confirmations that you are on the right path, even if your mind is full of doubt. So the next time something seemingly strange happens, don't dismiss it. Pause. Reflect. Ask yourself, what message is being sent to me through this? Because in that moment, you are not only witnessing a coincidence, you are standing in the presence of divine guidance. Let it remind you that you are part of a greater whole, that your life has meaning beyond what you can see, and that your path is being guided by a higher power that knows exactly where you're meant to go. Now, close your eyes, take a deep breath, and feel the subtle guidance of the universe aligning everything in your favor. Say with me, I trust the signs. I am on the right path. everything is unfolding for my highest good. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the unseen forces that may be guiding and protecting you. Sometimes, the signs are subtle moments of unexpected clarity, divine delays, or a quiet inner knowing. But as Carl Jung once said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. If today's insights resonated with you, don't forget to like this video. Share it with someone who may need a reminder that they're not alone, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Make sure to turn on the notification bell so you won't miss any of our upcoming explorations into spirituality, psychology, and inner transformation. Until next time, stay awakened, stay protected, and trust the journey. 12 hidden signs you're more attractive than you think. Beauty begins the moment you decide to be yourself. Coco Chanel. In a world obsessed with external appearances, we often forget that true attractiveness comes from within. Carl Jung believed that our inner essence radiates far more powerfully than we realize through energy, presence, and authenticity. In today's video from Spiritual Wisdom, we'll uncover 12 hidden signs that you're far more attractive than you give yourself credit for. As you listen, ask yourself, have I been blind to my own magnetic presence? Let us know in the comments which sign resonates most with you. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more content that helps you awaken your inner power and live a more meaningful, joyful life. Sign 1. Men get nervous around you. Men getting nervous around you isn't just social awkwardness. It's a deep psychological reaction that reveals more about your hidden power than you realize. When a man stumbles over his words, avoids eye contact, or shifts uncomfortably in your presence, he's not rejecting you. He's responding to something within you that unsettles him, not in a bad way, but in a soul-level way. According to Carl Jung, every man possesses an anima, his inner feminine archetype. This isn't about gender roles or surface-level attraction. It's about the emotional, intuitive, and unconscious qualities that often remain buried until triggered. And you, without even trying, awaken that part of him. Your energy doesn't just enter a room, it shifts the frequency. It's not your outfit or your looks, it's your presence, your essence, your spiritual radiance. When you walk in with self-possession and emotional clarity, your light activates something in others that they haven't yet made peace with in themselves. That's why they fidget. That's why they grow quiet or act strange. You are holding a mirror to parts of their psyche that long to be acknowledged but have been suppressed for years. This is spiritual wisdom in motion, your very existence becoming a catalyst for inner transformation in others, whether they're ready for it or not. The tragedy is that most women shrink in the face of this reaction. They assume it's their fault. They tone themselves down, smile less brightly, speak more softly, or try to seem less intimidating. But the truth is, your power isn't the problem. Their discomfort is the result of your energy stirring up something powerful and unfamiliar inside them. You've simply touched a place in them that has been asleep, and not everyone knows how to handle that awakening. That's not a cue to hide who you are. That's a cue to stand even more firmly in your light. When you begin to see nervousness as a compliment from the unconscious, everything changes. You stop interpreting silence or awkwardness as rejection and start recognizing it as resonance. You realize that you are not just being seen, you are being felt. You don't just exist on the surface, You move people deeply, often without a single word. This is the realm of spiritual wisdom, where attraction isn't about physicality, but about the alchemy of energy, the echo of archetypes, and the awakening of the unseen. So don't dim yourself. Don't dilute your presence to soothe someone else's unhealed wounds. You are not here to be more palatable. You are here to be a force. The nervousness you trigger is a sign that your energy is working even when you're unaware of it. You are not too much. You are simply being exactly who you were meant to be, someone whose presence invites others to meet themselves more deeply. Have you ever noticed men getting nervous around you, fidgeting, avoiding eye contact, or acting awkward? If so, share your experience in the comments so others can see they're not alone. If you haven't noticed it yet, comment, "I'll start paying attention," and let's explore this powerful energy together. Sign 2. People glance at you repeatedly. People don't just glance at you. They return to you with their eyes, as if drawn by something they can't explain. It's not vanity. It's not your clothes or even your features. It's something deeper, a magnetic presence that radiates without effort. Carl Jung called it archetypal recognition, a moment when someone's unconscious mind responds to your energy because it stirs something ancient and symbolic within them. You remind them of something they can't name, but they feel it. It could be comfort, mystery, purity, or wisdom. Whatever it is, it transcends logic, and that's why they look again. That second glance is a spiritual echo. While many chase after surface-level beauty, you carry a vibration that others sense, even when they don't understand it. You walk into a room and shift the atmosphere. Your silence speaks. Your energy lingers. And you often don't even realize it because you're not performing. You're just being. That's what makes it powerful. The most attractive people aren't always the loudest or the most decorated. They're the ones who have undergone a spiritual awakening and started to live from a place of inner alignment, where truth and soul replace ego and mask. This kind of energy can't be faked. It's the kind that others feel in their body before their mind catches up. A stranger may glance at you twice in passing and walk away changed, even if they can't explain why. It's your presence that speaks to something primal in them. And when you embody archetypes unconsciously, like the healer, the warrior, the mystic, or the sage, you awaken that same energy in others, even for just a fleeting moment. That's the real essence of spiritual wisdom. You become a mirror, reflecting not just yourself, but also their hidden longing, their forgotten strength, their buried truth. This effect grows stronger after a spiritual awakening. Once you begin to heal, clear your energy, and reclaim your authenticity, your very aura becomes louder than words. You stop trying to be impressive and start embodying your essence. You move with intentional softness, speak with depth, listen with your whole being, and people feel that. The way you carry yourself, the calm in your eyes, the warmth in your smile, it's all signaling something sacred. And that sacredness is what turns a passing glance into a soul-level recognition. When people look at you twice, they're not just looking at you. They're remembering something. Maybe it's an energy they once knew, a part of themselves they lost, or a connection from another lifetime. This is the realm where the physical and spiritual blur. You are not just seen, you are felt. And the more you awaken, the more visible your energy becomes. You're no longer blending into the crowd. You become the contrast, the still point, the presence that reminds others of what they've forgotten within themselves. That is real beauty. That is spiritual attraction. Comment below, I carry magnetic energy, if you've ever noticed people glancing at you more than once. And if you're just starting to realize the power of your presence, type, I'm ready to embrace it so we can walk this path of self-awareness together. Sign 3. You underestimate yourself, yet receive compliments. You often underestimate yourself, especially on the days when you feel the least attractive. Those are the moments when someone unexpectedly compliments you when you're not trying to impress. When your clothes are plain, your hair is messy, and your mood feels off. Yet somehow, someone sees beauty in you. They comment on your glow, your presence, or your energy. That's not just a coincidence. That's spiritual wisdom at work. And Carl Jung would say, it's the unconscious revealing itself. You're radiating something far deeper than you realize an inner truth, an authenticity that no mirror or camera can fully capture. When you stop performing and just are, your natural essence begins to emerge. That essence isn't rooted in surface-level charm. It's in the way you listen with sincerity, how your voice softens when you're present, how your presence calms a room without effort. Most people spend their lives polishing a false self, curating images, and overcompensating for imagined flaws. But your light breaks through most brightly when you've surrendered the performance. Jung's work on the shadow reminds us that we hide not only our shame, but also our brilliance. And when someone compliments you at your worst, it's often a sign that your hidden light is slipping through the cracks you've tried to cover. There's a woman I met named Sarah, who once believed she was invisible. She wore simple clothes, didn't use makeup, and avoided mirrors. She thought beauty belonged to others. Yet strangers constantly approached her. Children hugged her for no reason, and animals instinctively sought her out. She didn't understand it until she started listening. What they saw wasn't her appearance. It was her essence. She had a peace, a depth, an open spirit that people could feel. Her authenticity did what no amount of external validation could. It drew people in because it was real. That's the kind of beauty Jung alluded to, the kind that can't be faked and can't be lost. This is why compliments that come when you feel low hold so much truth. They are not based on effort, styling, or image. They are reflections of something real. Your soul, your presence, your untamed, unfiltered energy. Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." These compliments are glimpses into that unconscious. They show you how much you shine, even when you're not aware of it. They are signs of a spiritual energy that cannot be measured by conventional standards. When someone sees your light in the dark, believe them. When they praise your warmth on a day when you feel cold, receive it. When they admire your energy while you feel exhausted, consider the possibility that what they're sensing is beyond what you can see in the mirror. Your energy doesn't lie. Your presence doesn't fade. And your light, especially when you aren't trying to shine, is what truly makes you magnetic. If this resonated with you, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your experience in the comments below. Let's keep uncovering the beauty others already see in you. Sign 4. They seek you out for small reasons. People often approach you with seemingly insignificant requests, a quick question, help with a small task, or just casual conversation. But when this happens frequently, it's not the favor they're truly seeking. It's you. Your presence carries a kind of stillness that people instinctively want to be near, even if they don't understand why. Carl Jung called this synchronicity those subtle, meaningful connections that aren't accidental, but soul-level encounters guided by unseen forces. When someone finds small excuses to enter your space, it's often their unconscious trying to access something within your energy, something that feels calming, safe, or quietly magnetic. You may think you're just being nice or available, but underneath, you're radiating something powerful, spiritual wisdom that others can feel, even if you can't yet see it yourself. This kind of pull has nothing to do with loudness or outward confidence. In fact, it's the opposite. The less you try, the more naturally attractive you become. There's a stillness in you, a depth that silently communicates safety. Your grounded energy becomes a refuge, and people, often unknowingly, are drawn to those who feel like home in a world that rarely slows down. At work, in friendships, even in public spaces, notice how people tend to gravitate toward you. They might ask a question they could easily Google, stand next to you when there's plenty of other space, or find a reason to talk about nothing at all. It may feel random, but it's not. You've become a kind of energetic anchor. It's the kind of spiritual wisdom that doesn't come from reading books. It comes from life, pain, healing, and inner alignment. When someone's inner world is chaotic, your energy feels like silence in a noisy room. They don't want to admit they're seeking peace, but they know where to find it. It's like the story of a man who always found comfort in sitting near his grandmother's chair, even in silence. He never asked her for advice or conversation. Just being near her made his world feel less heavy. That's the kind of presence you now carry. You don't need to speak words of wisdom. Your energy is the wisdom. You've transmuted your own pain into quiet strength, and now others unconsciously sense it. That's why they show up again and again for no reason. The more spiritually aligned you become, the less effort you need to connect. Energy does the talking. People don't remember what you said as much as they remember how they felt around you. You're not just someone to talk to, you're someone to feel safe with. And that is a rare form of attractiveness that far surpasses beauty or charm. It's spiritual gravity. They're not drawn to your answers. They're drawn to your stillness. So when someone seeks you out for something small, pause before brushing it off. That moment is a mirror, not of their need, but of your impact. Without knowing it, you've become the silent force in the room. And that is the kind of presence the world desperately needs. If this message resonates with your spirit, say it with me. I welcome these connections as divine guidance. I trust the energy that draws people toward me. Sign 5. Women criticize you without reason. When you walk into a room and suddenly feel a chill in the air, side glances, passive-aggressive comments, or unfair judgment from women who barely know you, it's not always about something you've done. Often, it's a mirror being held up to parts of themselves they're not ready to face. Carl Jung called this shadow projection a psychological process where people unconsciously reject and criticize traits in others that they've disowned within themselves. Your quiet confidence, your ability to move through life without needing validation, your unapologetic presence, these things stir something deep in them. Not hatred, but discomfort. Not because of who you are, but because of how deeply you reflect who they are not allowing themselves to be. When a woman has spent her life conforming, dimming her voice, softening her strength, Hiding her depth, she may unconsciously feel threatened by someone who simply shows up as her whole self. Your freedom reminds her of her own chains. Your authenticity makes her question her performance. And rather than sit with that discomfort, the ego chooses defense through criticism, judgment, or silence. It's not personal. It's energetic. It's spiritual. It's the collision between who she pretends to be and who she's afraid to become. This is one of the hidden signs of true attractiveness. Not the kind that turns heads, but the kind that shifts frequencies. The kind born from self-awareness, emotional resilience, and spiritual awakening. You carry a glow that can't be faked, a magnetism that comes from owning your story, your healing, your presence. And even when you're unaware of it, others can feel it. It's in the way you walk, the way you say no without guilt, the way your energy speaks before your mouth does. People don't always respond kindly to that kind of light, especially if they're still trapped in the shadows of self-doubt and comparison. But that doesn't mean you shrink. That doesn't mean you silence yourself or carry the weight of their projections. What it means is that your presence is working. You're shaking things loose. You're awakening something, sometimes resistance, sometimes curiosity, but always movement. And that is the quiet power of spiritual wisdom, to be a living invitation for others to remember their own truth, even if it first shows up as discomfort. So, when you're criticized for simply being, understand that your light is not a threat, it's a reminder of what's possible, a reflection of who they could be if they chose healing over hiding. And in that moment, the most powerful thing you can do is stay centered. Let them project. Let them stir. Let your energy speak louder than their words. Because what's happening isn't rejection. It's a revelation. And your soul already knows the difference. Stay connected with our empowering community by subscribing to our channel. Here, we explore deep truths about energy, healing, and spiritual growth. Remember, when others project their shadows onto you, it's not a reflection of your worth, but of your light. You are seen, you are strong, and you are rising. Sign 6. Strangers smile at you for no reason. Strangers don't just smile at you by accident. It's not always about flirtation or politeness. It's something far more profound. When someone smiles at you without knowing why, it's often a subconscious response to the quiet power you carry within. According to Carl Jung, when a person begins to integrate the unconscious parts of themselves, the shadow, the inner child, the repressed truths, they emit a unique energy. This isn't loud or attention-seeking. It's soft, grounded, and whole. It's the kind of presence that doesn't demand a room, but naturally shifts it. This energy is what Jung referred to as archetypal wholeness. It's when your inner world is no longer at war with itself. You're not performing or chasing approval. You're simply being, and that beingness carries a magnetic frequency that others can feel, even if they don't know what it is. A smile from a stranger becomes a moment of recognition, not of your clothes, not your face, but your presence. It's their soul responding to yours, because something about you reminds them of the version of themselves they long to be present, peaceful, and free. There's a quiet woman who works in an old bookstore in the city. She never wears flashy clothes, doesn't say much, and yet customers are drawn to her like a flame. People smile at her in line. Strangers linger in her presence without knowing why. One afternoon, a man looked at her and said, "You feel like home." She didn't know what to say, but she remembered Jung's words. The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. That's what people feel when they smile at you for no reason. They feel someone who is becoming real. Most people are fragmented. They're performing identities, running from pain, trying to be what others expect. But when you stop doing that, when you come home to yourself, you glow differently. You move with a rhythm that's not forced. Your silence becomes louder than noise. You don't need to say much, because your energy speaks volumes. And that energy, that authenticity, is what draws people in. Carl Jung believed that true transformation happens not by becoming better, but by becoming whole. When you're whole, you don't seek attention. You attract connection. You don't manipulate your image. You embody truth. And people can't help but respond to that. A smile from a stranger becomes the world's way of whispering, "I see you." It's not an admiration. It resonates. So if people are smiling at you out of nowhere, it's because your energy is safe. It's integrated. It's healing. You've done work that most don't even dare to start. And the world is quietly bowing to that. Do you believe that your energy speaks before you even say a word? If you do, declare it in the comments. My wholeness shines, and the world feels it. Sign 7. Men in relationships. Look at you. Often. There are moments when you catch someone looking at you a little too long, and it's not because of how you're dressed or what you said. It's something deeper. Even men who are already in relationships find their eyes drifting in your direction, not out of disrespect to their partners, but because something within them is stirred when you walk into the room. You didn't plan it, you didn't provoke it, yet it happens. Carl Jung would say it's the anima, the hidden feminine energy inside every man being activated by your presence. This isn't about physical attraction in the usual sense. It's about unconscious recognition. You become a reflection of a part of them they've ignored, buried, or never dared to explore. When a woman walks in her truth, radiates emotional depth, and holds her energy with quiet power, something about her presence becomes undeniable. You don't have to say a word. Your energy already speaks volumes. You may think you're just being yourself, maybe even doubting your own impact, but others feel something they can't quite explain. It's not that you're trying to be attractive. It's that you've tapped into a rare form of spiritual wisdom, one that doesn't seek attention, but commands it simply by existing. This kind of magnetism can be unsettling for others, especially for men who have not yet done the inner work to integrate their own emotional world. They might look at you and feel things they can't name: longing, nostalgia, a pull towards something familiar yet unknown. It's not about you being better than their partner. It's about your presence awakening a forgotten part of their soul, a part that senses your calm, your wholeness, your freedom, and it calls to them like a memory they didn't know they lost. You'll notice these moments in the most ordinary situations, standing in an elevator, walking into a meeting, or even just sipping coffee in a quiet cafe. There's nothing loud about your aura, yet people turn. Their eyes search for something, but it's not your appearance they're drawn to. It's your energy, the stillness within you, the way you listen deeply, the effortless grace that surrounds you like a field of light. They don't understand it, but they feel it. And so they look, sometimes again and again. You are not responsible for their reactions. This kind of unconscious attraction isn't something you control. and it's certainly not something you manipulate. What you're experiencing is the natural result of spiritual embodiment. Your inner alignment, your emotional maturity, your sacred boundaries, they radiate from within and touch others, often more than they or you realize. The more you trust this truth, the less you'll feel the need to apologize for your presence. Don't shrink. Don't question your worth. And most of all, don't carry guilt for the attention that follows your light. Carl Jung's wisdom reminds us that what is unconscious will always seek to be made conscious. And you, in simply being who you are, help others come into contact with what they've forgotten within themselves. That is the power of spiritual wisdom. It doesn't have to be loud to be heard. It's felt in the silence, seen in the stillness, and remembered in the soul. Don't forget to subscribe for more spiritual wisdom on how your presence speaks louder than words, and why even taken hearts can't help but respond to your light. Sign 8. You receive online attention without trying. You post something simple online with no filter, no curated aesthetic, just a spontaneous thought or a blurry photo, and it somehow gets more likes, more comments, more attention than you expected. You weren't trying to be impressive, and yet something about you made people stop and notice. According to Carl Jung, this isn't random. It's the result of individuation when a person embodies their most authentic, undivided self. While most people mold their online presence to fit in, you unknowingly stand out because you've stopped pretending. That rawness, that refusal to perform, radiates an energy others can feel, even through a screen. You're not chasing approval. You're not trying to be seen. And ironically, that's exactly why people are drawn to you. When someone is deeply connected to their inner truth, they emanate a kind of magnetic calm. Jung believed this came from the integration of the shadow and the self, the parts of us we've made peace with, rather than hidden. It's a subtle glow, not a spotlight. And this quiet self-possession is incredibly rare in a world addicted to validation. You may not even realize how spiritually powerful that makes you, but those around you do. Your presence online feels different. It's not noise, it's resonance. This is the beauty of spiritual awakening. You no longer try to be anything for anyone. You simply are. And that being communicates far more than words ever could. While others strive for relevance, your realness creates remembrance. You remind people on a subconscious level of what it feels like to be whole. That's why even a passing post from you can linger in someone's mind. You aren't trying to influence, you're embodying alignment. And this frequency cuts through the digital noise like a bell of clarity. What makes this even more powerful is your unawareness of it. Jung taught that when the ego isn't grasping for attention, the soul takes the lead. You don't posture or project. You express. You don't market your worth. You exist in it. And this ease with yourself makes others feel safe, seen, and curious. That's the energy people can't explain, but are intuitively drawn to. In their scroll of polished personas, they stop when they reach yours. Not because it's edited to perfection, but because it's real. You don't have to overthink what to post, what to write, or how to appear. Your spiritual awakening has already made you luminous. And even if your conscious mind hasn't caught up to that fact, your energy speaks before you do. Your essence, transmitted effortlessly through the mundane, reminds others of something sacred within themselves. This is the invisible thread that binds your subtle power to their silent longing. You don't need to try harder. You just need to keep being you. If you're still with us, drop a comment below saying, "I'm radiating authenticity." Your presence matters, and your voice helps this community grow stronger. Sign 9. Men get confused around you. Some men seem captivated by your energy, only to pull away and vanish, then return without explanation. It's not a game they're playing. It's a psychological reaction to something deep within them that your presence activates. Carl Jung called this phenomenon enantiodromia, when one extreme flips into its opposite. In this case, intense attraction flips into withdrawal. Not because the attraction has disappeared, but because it has become overwhelming. Your presence isn't just physically appealing, it's emotionally and spiritually activating. You may not realize it, but your very existence stirs something unconscious in others. When you're on a path of spiritual awakening, your aura becomes a mirror. You reflect truth, depth, and authenticity. This can make someone feel profoundly seen, often more than they're ready for. For men who haven't confronted their own emotional wounds or shadow selves, this level of intimacy can be terrifying. They're not running from you. They're running from the parts of themselves they don't yet understand or want to face. What feels like mixed signals or emotional confusion is often their internal tug of war between desire and fear, curiosity and resistance. There was a woman named Leah who once shared her experience with a man who seemed enchanted by her spirit, her calm, her depth, her grounded presence. Yet every time they grew closer, he would retreat, creating distance without warning. When she finally asked him why, he said, "You make me feel like I'm being watched from the inside. It's like you see who I am before I do." That kind of vulnerability frightened him. Leah didn't need to change. She only needed to understand that her presence was powerful enough to awaken the parts of him that still lived in hiding. Jung taught that when we meet someone who challenges the boundaries of our self-image, the psyche often resists. Your presence may unconsciously force a man to confront questions like, "Am I enough? Can I handle this depth? Do I feel worthy of her?" When those answers aren't clear within him, he may act out in confusing ways, disappearing, then resurfacing, only to disappear again. This cycle has less to do with your actions and more to do with the energy you carry. If this has happened to you, understand this clearly. Your attractiveness doesn't just come from how you look. It comes from how you feel to be near you, is to be stirred, awakened, confronted, and cracked open. You carry spiritual wisdom, whether you speak it or not. And those who aren't prepared to evolve may confuse your calm for intensity, your authenticity for pressure, your energy for something too much. But it's not too much. It's the truth they're not ready for. This is not a sign to shrink. It's a sign to rise. Your energy is not a burden, it's a blessing. Some people are meant to be disrupted by you. Some are meant to pause in your presence and realize they have healing to do. And some will rise to meet you in your light, not run from it. The man who can handle your energy will never be confused by it. He will recognize it as the gift it is. If this message resonates with you, give this video a like and share it with someone who's ever been left confused by mixed signals. Let's keep this conversation going. Drop a comment below if you've ever felt this strange pull and push dynamic. There's more to uncover, and we're just getting started. Sign 10. You don't realize your own power. You question your worth, yet leave deep impressions everywhere you go. Without even trying, your presence lingers in people's minds. You think you're ordinary, maybe even invisible, but others feel something different around you. It's not about your words, your clothes, or the way you walk. It's about the energy you carry. You radiate a quiet power, the kind that doesn't scream to be noticed, but is impossible to ignore. While others perform to be seen, you just are, and that's exactly what draws people in. Your calmness is magnetic. In a chaotic world, your stillness feels like sanctuary. You may not recognize it as beauty or strength, but those who encounter it do. Spiritual wisdom lives in you. It's woven into the way you listen without interrupting, the way you remain grounded when others are reactive, the way your authenticity holds space for truth. That's the kind of power that doesn't fade or depend on trends. It's timeless. It's sacred. You don't chase validation, yet you're deeply admired. While you're busy wondering if you're enough, others are comforted just by your presence. You bring warmth without noise. You heal without effort. And it confuses people because how can someone so effortless have such influence? But it's not effort, it's alignment. Carl Jung believed that the unconscious speaks through behavior we don't recognize. That's what's happening here. Your hidden magnetism comes from how deeply you're aligned with your true self, even when you doubt it. You don't demand attention, but you command respect. It's not about charm. It's not performance. It's presence. There's a gravity in you, subtle but undeniable. You carry a softness that isn't weakness. It's the kind of softness that disarms pride, invites honesty, and creates trust. People are drawn to you because you give them space to breathe. You aren't trying to impress them, and that's what makes you unforgettable. You think you're quiet. They think you're mysterious. You think you're just minding your business. They feel like they've encountered someone rare. You think you're simply being polite. They walk away feeling seen, heard, and even healed. That's not an accident. That's spiritual wisdom radiating through you, speaking louder than words ever could. This isn't about arrogance. It's not about calling yourself powerful to feel superior. It's about recognizing the invisible ways you carry light without even noticing it. You soothe storms in people without realizing you've done it. Your energy enters rooms before you do, and long after you leave, something of you stays behind. There is something holy in being this kind of presence, something transcendent. When you stop underestimating your effect on others, you begin to see the truth. Your attractiveness was never about looks. It was about soul, about frequency, about the way you bring peace in a world addicted to noise. That's the truth of your power. That's the beauty of your unspoken influence. Affirm your hidden strength today by commenting below. My quiet presence is powerful. Let this be your daily reminder that true impact doesn't need to be loud. You are already shifting the atmosphere just by being you. Sign 11. Your absence is noticed more than your presence. You don't need to speak loudly to be heard. Your presence carries an energy that fills a space without demanding attention. And the moment you leave, something shifts. People might not say it out loud, but they feel the absence like the room just lost its center of gravity. This is more than emotion. It's energy. Carl Jung called it the idea that your psychological presence forms a container, a field in which others feel held, understood, even if they can't explain why. You may not make a grand entrance. You don't need to dominate conversations or draw all eyes to you. But your spiritual awakening has created a frequency that people instinctively tune into. When you're around, there's a sense of calm, a warmth, a quiet clarity. When you're gone, they miss that even if they don't fully understand what they're missing. You don't just walk into spaces, you hold them. That's why people feel slightly unmoored when you're no longer there. This is not about beauty in the traditional sense. This is spiritual wisdom in motion. When someone is walking a path of self-awareness, healing, and inner peace, their presence starts to shift the energy of those around them. You become a mirror without trying to be. People feel more themselves in your presence, or suddenly face parts of themselves they've been avoiding. That's why your absence can be louder than your words ever were. Because your very being has become a kind of sacred space. And when that space is no longer there, people feel it in the air. Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." When you do that, when you embody who you are with alignment and inner clarity, you don't have to prove your worth. Your silence becomes magnetic. Your stillness becomes a force. You don't chase attention. You simply carry an energy that others are drawn to sometimes without understanding why. But the truth is, your spiritual awakening has made you luminous in ways the physical eye can't always see. You are the kind of person others think about after they leave the room. The kind whose words echo long after the conversation ends. Not because you tried to be unforgettable, but because your soul left an imprint. This is the power of subtle presence. This is the hidden sign of true attraction, not the kind that fades with time, but the kind that deepens in silence. If this message resonates with your soul, leave a comment of truth. My presence carries meaning, even in my silence. I trust the energy I bring is divine. Let this be your reminder that you don't need to prove your worth. Your absence already speaks it. Sign 12. Silence with you. Feels intense, not awkward. You have a gift that most people overlook. When you're with someone and there's silence, it doesn't feel awkward. It feels magnetic, like something important is happening beneath the surface. You don't rush to fill the space with words, and that very stillness makes people feel more connected to you. They don't always understand why, but your quiet presence pulls them in. Carl Jung called this kind of connection active imagination, where silence becomes a bridge between the conscious and unconscious. When you're near, people unconsciously feel that they're stepping into a deeper layer of meaning. The moment becomes more than just the absence of noise. It becomes a space where energy is exchanged, where truth is felt instead of spoken. This isn't just a personality trait. It's a powerful sign of emotional depth and spiritual magnetism. In a world that constantly pushes noise, validation, and superficial interaction, your ability to embrace silence is rare. People don't always remember what you said, but they will remember how peaceful they felt around you. The stillness you bring allows their nervous system to relax. Without saying a word, you offer them the kind of emotional safety that most are quietly longing for. That's what makes you so attractive. Your presence alone shifts the atmosphere. Think of those modern situations where everyone's glued to their phones at dinner or nervously chatting to avoid awkward silences. Then there's you, the one who can just be with someone. You don't flinch in the quiet. You don't need to prove anything. And that subtle strength is disarming. It makes people feel like they can drop the act, exhale, and reconnect with something real. This isn't just about charisma. It's about presence. And Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom teaches us that presence is far more powerful than performance. There's a story of a woman in a busy corporate world, always calm, often quiet. She speaks little, but when she does, people listen. Her co-workers can't explain it, but they find themselves drawn to her, almost comforted just by sitting next to her. She doesn't have to lead the conversation. She is calm in the room. That's the unspoken beauty of someone whose silence carries meaning. It's not about being the loudest. It's about being the most grounded. Jung once said, "Loneliness does not come from having no people around you, but from being unable to communicate the things that seem important." And when you can make others feel understood without speaking, you become unforgettable. The truth is, attraction doesn't always flash like lightning. Sometimes, it lingers like a still lake at dawn, peaceful, deep, and full of reflection. That's you. You don't attract through noise, you attract through resonance. And whether you realize it or not, that spiritual depth is what makes people feel like they've met someone unlike anyone else. To affirm the quiet power you carry, comment below, "My silence speaks volumes." Let this be your reminder that even in stillness, you are deeply felt, and your presence is a gift. Remember, true attractiveness isn't something you see in the mirror. It's the silent power you carry in your energy, your presence, and the way you make others feel without even trying. The most captivating people are often the ones who don't even realize their impact. If any of these hidden signs spoke to you today, it's a gentle reminder. Your light is seen, even when you don't see it yourself. If you found value in this message, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos that dive deep into the truths of the soul and the mind. And tell us in the comments, did you recognize any of these signs in yourself? We'd love to hear your story. When it's destiny, you'll feel it. Carl Jung explains why. As Carl Jung once said, synchronicity is an ever-present reality for those who have eyes to see. Have you ever met someone and felt an unexplainable pull, as if the universe whispered, "This moment was meant to happen"? In today's episode on Spiritual Wisdom, we explore how destiny doesn't shout. It whispers through feelings, signs, and perfectly timed encounters. If you've ever wondered whether a certain person, opportunity, or coincidence was part of a bigger plan, you're not alone. Drop a comment below. Have you ever felt something was meant to be? We'd love to hear your story. And remember, every connection has meaning, especially when it aligns with your soul's journey. 1. Destiny feels aligned, not forced. When someone is truly meant for you, the connection won't feel forced or confusing. It will feel like alignment, like a missing piece sliding effortlessly into place. This sensation is deeper than logic, more powerful than explanation, and often impossible to ignore. Carl Jung, a pioneer in understanding the unconscious, believed that these people don't enter our lives by chance. They are mirrors of our hidden desires, unmet needs, and inner growth. He called these encounters synchronicities, meaningful coincidences that reflect an invisible order behind what we think is randomness. In the journey of spiritual awakening, These moments are signs that your soul is speaking louder than your mind. You're not imagining the bond. You're recognizing something familiar in another soul, something that resonates with your truth and pulls you into alignment with your higher path. This connection is not limited to romantic love. It spans across friendships, mentorships, collaborations, even brief encounters that leave a lifelong impact. These are not random events, but soul contracts, spiritual assignments woven into your journey long before you were aware of them. In modern life, where relationships are often shallow and transactional, these destined connections feel sacred. They challenge you, awaken dormant parts of your spirit, and remind you of who you truly are beneath the masks. When you meet someone who stirs something deep inside, who reflects your wounds, your wisdom, or your worth, that's a sign of a deeper spiritual intelligence at play. Your unconscious, guided by unseen forces, is drawing this person to you not to complete you, but to catalyze your growth. Jung's wisdom teaches us to look beyond surface attraction and into symbolic meaning. The people who come into our lives at the right time are often delivering spiritual messages we need to hear. A friend who appears when you're lost. A mentor who sees your potential before you do. A partner who challenges your old patterns. These synchronicities are not coincidences. They are confirmations. Your energy called, and the universe responded. In the realm of spirituality, nothing is ever truly random. Everything has purpose, even the pain, even the timing. This is why trust is essential. You must trust the pull, the pattern, the path that unfolds when you stop forcing connections and start honoring the ones that feel divinely guided. So when destiny is real, it won't ask you to chase. It won't drain you. It will ground you. It will reflect your light and your shadow with equal intensity. The connection will feel like coming home, not because it's easy, but because it's true. You'll feel it in your body, in your spirit, in the silence between words. And when you do, lean in with openness and self-awareness. Recognize that you are not just meeting a person. You are meeting a mirror, one that reveals the depth of your inner world, one that calls you into the next chapter of your spiritual awakening. Comment below. I trust the timing of my life. If you believe that true destiny never feels forced, it simply flows. 2. Relationships reflect your inner state. Carl Jung taught that relationships are never accidents. They are projections of the unconscious, mirrors that reveal the hidden truths we haven't yet dared to face. When you consistently attract people who drain you, disrespect you, or manipulate your emotions, that isn't just misfortune. It's a message. It's your inner world speaking through the outer world, showing you that there are unhealed wounds, suppressed beliefs, and unresolved pain living beneath the surface of your awareness. And until those parts of you are acknowledged, you will continue to meet them not as concepts in a book, but as real people with real impact on your heart, your peace, and your self-worth. The truth is, relationships reflect your inner state with precision, and the moment you ask yourself, what part of me is calling in this dynamic, is the moment you begin your journey of spiritual development. Every relationship is a spiritual assignment. The ones that break you are not enemies. They are messengers. They come to awaken you to the parts of yourself you've forgotten, rejected, or abandoned. If you keep attracting emotionally unavailable people, perhaps there's a part of you that is still afraid of true intimacy. If you find yourself constantly giving too much, maybe you've been taught that love must be earned through sacrifice. These patterns aren't random. They are rooted in your unconscious beliefs, shaped by your past and projected onto your present. But spirituality invites you to become aware of this, to stop blaming others and start investigating the deeper story that's unfolding beneath your relationships. And when you dare to look within, not with shame, but with compassion, you reclaim your power. Spirituality is not about escaping pain. It's about transforming it. And relationships are where this transformation happens in real time. They expose your deepest fears, but also your highest potential. They challenge your boundaries, but also call forth your truth. They wound you, yes, but they also reveal the places where love is needed most. The person who triggers you is pointing to your unhealed trauma. The one who abandons you is showing you where you still abandon yourself. And the one who sees your light, they are a reflection of the love you've begun to remember. In this way, spiritual development is not something you do in isolation. It happens in the mirror of another. It happens in every yes you give to yourself and every no you finally speak to what no longer honors your soul. The path forward is not about changing the world around you. It's about changing the relationship you have with yourself. Because once you do, the world adjusts accordingly. You'll begin to attract people who respect your boundaries, honor your growth, and meet you where you are not, because they've changed, but because you have. As your inner world rises in vibration, your outer world reflects it. And suddenly, what once felt like chaos begins to feel like clarity. What once felt like punishment begins to feel like purpose. And what once felt like confusion becomes a call to awaken. This is the invisible architecture of spirituality. This is how relationships become sacred ground for spiritual development. 3. Real connections don't demand self-betrayal. Real connections never ask you to abandon yourself. They meet you where your soul already stands, whole and unhidden. The people who are truly aligned with your destiny won't force you to perform or dim your light. They won't demand that you prove your worth or betray your inner truth just to feel loved. Instead, they offer you something far more sacred: peace. There's no drama, no games, no constant wondering where you stand. As Carl Jung beautifully explained through the lens of spiritual wisdom, this is the process of individuation, the intelligent unfolding of your entire being by integrating every part of yourself, both shadow and light. In the presence of the right person, you are not fragmented or filtered. You are simply allowed to be, fully and freely. These soul-aligned relationships don't confuse your nervous system. They calm it. They don't rush your growth. They hold space for it. They don't spark anxiety. They awaken remembrance. When it's destiny, you'll feel it not through intensity or chaos, but through the gentle clarity of alignment. It's in the way conversations flow effortlessly, in how silence feels safe, and in how your heart no longer feels the need to armor itself. You begin to realize that real love, real resonance, doesn't provoke a fight-or-flight response. It invites stillness. Jung once said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." In destined connections, you stop dreaming of being chosen and start awakening to the truth that you were never meant to hide. You stop chasing completion in others because they reflect back the truth that you are already whole. They don't fill a void. They remind you there never was one. This is intelligence in its purest spiritual form. The awareness that true love is not found in validation, but in resonance. Destiny doesn't knock with noise. It moves in subtle, undeniable ways. A look, a word, a moment of synchronicity that lands so deeply, it feels like time pauses. You don't feel pressured. You feel pulled. You're not performing. You're present. And the more spiritually awake you become, the more you start to trust this quiet knowing. You begin to see that when someone is meant for your path, the connection unfolds naturally, without force or fear. It mirrors back the parts of you that are ready to be seen, not judged. It gives you room to breathe without questioning your worth. It doesn't make you question your identity. It anchors you deeper in it. In that space, love becomes sacred, not transactional. And destiny becomes not just a meeting of two people, but a recognition of two souls remembering who they truly are. Real connections never require you to abandon yourself. If you're ready to honor your truth and embrace your destiny, comment below. I choose authenticity, and let the journey begin. 4. Patterns repeat until you become aware. Repetitive relationship struggles aren't accidents. They're spiritual messengers in disguise, guiding you toward a deeper truth buried within. When the same emotional patterns keep surfacing, whether it's heartbreak, betrayal, abandonment, or self-sabotage, it's not life being cruel. It's your unconscious mind trying to wake you up. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." This isn't just psychological insight. It's a spiritual awakening in motion. Life doesn't repeat patterns to punish you. It repeats them to teach you, to show you what you haven't yet healed, to urge you to confront the inner stories you've been carrying for far too long. Every repeating cycle is a mirror, reflecting back the parts of you still waiting to be seen, loved, and understood. When you finally pause and ask, "What is this experience trying to show me about myself?" you begin to reclaim your spiritual power. You shift from being a passive victim of your fate to an awakened co-creator of your destiny. These patterns are rooted in unconscious wounds, abandonment, rejection, shame, or fear that were never fully processed. They don't just vanish with time. They hide in your choices, your emotional reactions, your attractions, and the energy you emit. Spirituality teaches that the outer world reflects the inner state. And until the energy behind your decisions is healed, life will continue to place you in situations that force you to confront your deepest shadows. A spiritual awakening doesn't always come through light. It often arrives through pain, repeating itself until your awareness is sharp enough to see it not as suffering, but as transformation. In modern life, we're quick to label toxic patterns as bad luck or blame others for our experiences. But spiritual wisdom asks you to turn inward and take responsibility for what you're attracting, tolerating, and repeating. Healing requires deep intelligence, not intellectual intelligence, but emotional and spiritual intelligence. It requires you to sit with your pain, to trace it back to its root, and to choose differently even when it's uncomfortable. Spiritual growth is not linear, and breaking a pattern is not a single decision. It's a series of courageous moments where you honor your truth over your trauma. As you become more conscious, You stop participating in relationships that drain you, and you start magnetizing ones that mirror your healing, not your wounds. You begin to recognize red flags without romanticizing them. You stop seeing chaos as passion and start craving peace as a sign of alignment. The old story no longer feels like home because you're no longer the same person who wrote it. This is the turning point, when patterns no longer pull you back but propel you forward. When pain no longer repeats but teaches. And when destiny is no longer something you wait for, but something you remember, reclaim, and rewrite through the clarity of your spiritual awakening. 5. Your intuition always knows. The mind has a way of clinging to logic, even when your spirit is begging for freedom. It will convince you to stay in situations that chip away at your peace, label dysfunction as normal, and dress up chaos as passion. But no matter how much the mind rationalizes, your intuition never lies. That subtle sense of discomfort, the tension in your chest, the unease that lingers long after the conversation ends, these are not coincidences. They are messages from your soul saying, "This is not your path." In the journey of spirituality and spiritual development, one of the most powerful forms of self-awareness is learning to trust what you feel, even when it contradicts what you think. Carl Jung, the father of analytical psychology, believed that what we encounter in life is rarely random to every person. Every experience is a mirror of something deeper within. So when your body reacts before your brain can reason, it's not weakness, it's wisdom. It's your higher self trying to guide you toward alignment. True alignment doesn't come with confusion, emotional whiplash, or constant questioning. It comes with clarity. You won't have to force it, prove it, or chase it. When something is meant for you, it flows with ease. You feel safe. You feel seen. And above all, you feel at peace. Peace is the soul's recognition of truth. That's how you know you're in the right place with the right people, on the right path, not because it's always easy, but because your inner world feels calm, even when the outer world is uncertain. Many people mistake intensity for intimacy, chaos for connection. But spirituality teaches you to discern the difference. You don't need to fight to be loved. You don't need to suffer to grow. You don't need to abandon yourself to be chosen. The longer you ignore your inner knowing, the louder the discomfort becomes. It's a sacred discomfort, a spiritual alarm clock alerting you to misalignment. The anxiety you feel isn't always something to fix. Sometimes it's something to listen to. Your nervous system is speaking in a language older than words, a language your soul understands well. And when you begin to truly trust your intuition, you'll stop needing signs, because you'll already know. You'll recognize the energy that drains you, the environments that shrink you, and the people who pull you out of alignment with your highest self. That recognition is not judgment, it's discernment. It's spiritual intelligence in motion. So as you walk your path, listen more to how something feels rather than how it looks. Don't settle for a love that exhausts you. Don't stay in rooms that silence you. Don't justify situations that make you question your worth. Spiritual development is not just about rising into light. It's about learning when to walk away from what dims you. Let your peace be your guide. Let your body be your compass. Let your intuition be the quiet, steady voice you finally choose to trust. Because when it's destiny, you won't have to chase it. You'll feel it, and it will feel like home. If this message about intuition and destiny resonates with you, make sure to subscribe and hit the notification bell. Your path to deeper spiritual wisdom and inner clarity continues with every step you take. 6. Not all. Deep connections are forever. Not everyone who enters your life is meant to stay. Some are simply meant to wake something within you. Carl Jung, a pioneer of spiritual wisdom, taught that people often appear not by chance, but by unconscious design, to reflect back to you what is hidden deep inside. Their role may be brief, but the impact can be life-altering. They don't arrive to complete you, but to challenge you, to stir your soul, and to help you confront parts of yourself that you've long buried. These connections are not always easy. They might come wrapped in conflict, confusion, or even heartbreak, but that's because their true purpose is to break down old patterns and initiate healing. In spiritual awakening, the question is never, will they stay? But rather, what truth are they revealing to me right now? That's the essence of intelligence on the spiritual path, not attaching to people, but recognizing the lesson they bring. Sometimes, these people enter during times of transition, when your soul is quietly asking for growth, not comfort. You may feel an intense pull, a deep recognition that seems beyond logic, and that's because your energy recognizes theirs. Jung called it synchronicity, a meaningful coincidence that points to a higher order. You're not imagining it. There is a reason you crossed paths. But the universe doesn't always pair you with people who stay forever. It pairs you with those who awaken you, and that's far more sacred. You were not meant to possess them. You were meant to evolve through them. And the most spiritually intelligent thing you can do is to stop asking why they left and start asking why they came. If you look closely, every connection teaches you something essential about your own becoming. One may mirror your wounds, another may reflect your potential. Some may come to show you how far you've strayed from yourself, while others remind you of the love you forgot you deserved. Don't measure the value of a connection by its duration, but by its depth, by how much it shifted your awareness. True spiritual wisdom isn't found in holding on. It's found in letting go with grace, in understanding that the lesson is often more important than the person. And when it's destiny, you won't have to chase it. You'll feel it in the alignment, in the peace, in the quiet recognition that this encounter, however fleeting, was a turning point in your evolution. 7. Love isn't about completion. It's about wholeness. Love isn't something that comes to complete you. It's something that meets you when you are already whole. According to Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom, what you attract into your life is never random. It's deeply aligned with the energy you are emotionally and spiritually ready to sustain. You don't receive love because you desperately need it. You receive it when your inner world is prepared to hold it without clinging, controlling, or collapsing. You attract what your soul is ready to mirror, and that's why relationships should never be about fixing the broken pieces in you. They should reflect the love, the wholeness, the self-awareness you've already cultivated within. Real love flows naturally from a place of emotional maturity and grounded self-respect. It doesn't come to rescue you from your loneliness. It arrives because you've already made peace with yourself in solitude. When two people meet without the burden of expectation, when each person is rooted in their own sense of purpose and inner strength, love becomes an extension, not a remedy. A healthy relationship is not a crutch for your pain, but a mirror for your growth. If you enter love hoping someone else will fix you, heal your past, or make you feel whole, you've mistaken connection for salvation. And salvation doesn't come from another person. It's a result of deep spiritual awakening, of confronting your patterns and choosing not to bleed on people who didn't cut you. You must understand that healthy love doesn't seek to fill a void. It expands what's already alive inside of you. Two emotionally whole people in love don't complete each other. They walk side by side, in reverence, in respect, honoring each other's sovereignty. This is where modern love often falls apart. We've been taught to chase the rush, the thrill, the person who makes us feel butterflies. But we haven't been taught to look inward first, to ask, am I emotionally available for what I say I want? Do I have enough self-respect to say no to what only feeds my ego? Do I have enough emotional intelligence to recognize when someone is not aligned with my peace? Love isn't about being rescued. It's about rising. It's about being whole enough to invite another whole person into your life without needing them to patch your wounds. Wholeness is not about perfection. It's about integration. It's about knowing your shadows, your wounds, your truth, and loving yourself through all of it. From this space, you stop chasing love, and instead, you become the space where love can land. The essence of spiritual awakening is learning that relationships are not destinations, they are reflections. And what they show you is who you are, what you're still healing, and what you're ready to receive. So if you want lasting love, don't look for someone to make you feel better. Look within. Do the work. Heal. Awaken. Respect yourself enough to become emotionally ready for the kind of love that doesn't drain, doesn't confuse, and doesn't hurt. Instead, it nourishes, elevates, and reflects back to you the truth that you were already enough. If you're still here, type, "I am whole within myself" in the comments. Your voice helps us build a space of healing and truth. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell for more insights on spiritual wisdom and Carl Jung's teachings. 8. Choose yourself first, and the right person will follow. When you stop choosing out of fear, desperation, or the ache of loneliness, and instead begin choosing from a place of truth, self-worth, and inner peace, you no longer seek validation outside yourself, because you've started building it within. This is the moment your energy shifts, your spirit rises, and you begin walking the path of true spiritual development. As your frequency elevates, you start attracting people who resonate with your healed and authentic self, not because you're trying to find someone to fill your emptiness, but because your wholeness becomes magnetic. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And this is exactly what happens when you awaken to your own patterns. The people who once felt irresistible may begin to lose their grip on your soul, not because they've changed, but because you have. The right person doesn't feel like a war zone. They feel like home. They don't provoke chaos in your nervous system. They soothe it. And you'll only recognize this kind of love when you stop choosing from fear and start choosing from faith in yourself. This inner alignment begins with a powerful and honest question. Am I the right one for me? Because every relationship we attract is a mirror. If you constantly feel unchosen, abandoned, or misunderstood, it's not about blaming others. It's about asking what part of you still feels unworthy and why that part keeps leading the way. Spirituality teaches us that our external experiences reflect our internal beliefs. So when you notice patterns repeating heartbreaks, emotionally unavailable partners, relationships that drain instead of nourish, you must pause and reflect. What am I still trying to prove? And to whom? What does this person reveal about the beliefs I hold about myself? Are they showing me the parts I need to reclaim, love, or protect? This is not about self-blame. It's about spiritual awakening. It's about becoming so radically self-aware that you no longer accept love that costs you your peace. In this state, choosing yourself isn't just an act of self-love. It becomes an energetic declaration to the universe that you are ready for more. And when you stand in that truth, you begin to notice something miraculous. You're no longer magnetized to the chaos you once called passion. Instead, you crave stillness, presence, and depth. You stop performing for love and start receiving it effortlessly from those who see and honor your soul. And that's when the right person arrives, not as a savior, but as a mirror to your spiritual growth. They don't complete you, they meet you. So remember, when you finally choose yourself without hesitation, apology, or guilt, the energy around you shifts. The connections that no longer align will fall away, and the ones that do will find their way to you naturally. This is not wishful thinking, it's vibrational alignment. It's intelligence guided by spiritual wisdom. It's destiny meeting preparation. And it always begins with one courageous question. Am I truly choosing from love, or am I still choosing from fear? The answer will determine not just who follows, but who stays. 9. True love is calm, not chaotic. True love is never chaotic. It is calm, steady, and deeply grounding. When it's real, you won't feel the need to chase it, fix it, or force it into alignment. It arrives with a silent kind of certainty, one that speaks to your soul more than your fears. There is no begging for clarity, no confusion disguised as passion. Instead, there's a quiet peace that wraps around your heart and whispers, "You're safe here." Carl Jung once said, "The meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed. But the transformation of a destined bond isn't loud or destructive. It's soft, expansive, and liberating. You evolve not through pain, but through presence. You grow not by losing yourself, but by becoming more of who you truly are. In this kind of relationship, your soul is not asked to shrink for the sake of someone else's comfort. Your essence is not diluted. Your light is not dimmed. Instead, you're met with reverence. Your dreams are supported. Your spirit is held with care. This is what spiritual wisdom looks like in practice. It honors your individuality while nurturing the sacred connection you share. Spiritual intelligence and love understands that real connection is not about control, possession, or urgency. It's about mutual expansion. It's about finding someone who doesn't interrupt your path, but walks it with you gently, intentionally, and without fear. There is no pressure to perform or prove. You simply are, and that is enough. What so many mistake for love are often just unhealed trauma playing dress-up. Chaos is not a sign of chemistry, and drama is not evidence of depth. True love doesn't ignite your nervous system. It soothes it. It does not pull you away from your peace. It leads you back to it. Spiritual awakening allows you to see this clearly. It teaches you to recognize the difference between addiction to emotional highs and the calm resonance of alignment. When it's destiny, the love feels like home. Not because it's perfect, but because it's true. You're not left guessing, doubting, or shrinking. You're seen. You're heard. You're held. And more than anything, you are free to grow, free to expand, free to be who you are meant to be. So when love enters your life wrapped in peace instead of noise, respect instead of fear, expansion instead of control, don't question it. Don't run from it because it feels unfamiliar. Calm love is not boring love. It is elevated love. It is spiritually intelligent love. And the more you awaken to your worth, the more you will recognize this kind of love, not as rare, but as your birthright. Because destiny doesn't disrupt your soul, it aligns with it. Let's build a circle of calm, supportive love right here in the comments. If this message touched your heart, comment below. True love is calm, not chaotic. And here's something special. Every time you see someone else comment that, take a moment to like it or reply with something kind. It's a beautiful way to remind each other that peace is powerful. And if you believe in creating a space of love and wisdom together, comment 1. So I know how many beautiful souls are with us on this journey. Thank you for joining us today on Spiritual Wisdom. If this message resonated with you, remember, destiny always leaves clues. Sometimes it's a feeling, a quiet knowing, or a moment of synchronicity that confirms you're exactly where you're meant to be. If you've ever felt that mysterious pull towards someone or something, trust it. It may be more than coincidence. Stay curious, stay aligned, and stay open to the signs the universe places on your path. Don't forget to like this video. Share it with someone who needs to hear this. Subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom and tap the notification bell so you won't miss any of our upcoming soul-nourishing insights. Until next time, trust the process. It's leading you home. Carl Jung's shocking truth about addiction and the path to real healing. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung. Addiction isn't just about substances or habits. It's often the symptom of a deeper hunger within the soul, a longing for meaning, connection, and wholeness. In today's video on Spiritual Wisdom, we'll uncover Jung's shocking truth about addiction and explore how real healing begins not with willpower alone, but with a journey inward to face what we've been avoiding. As you listen, I invite you to reflect. What are you truly seeking beneath the surface of your daily patterns? Share your thoughts in the comments. Your story might inspire someone else's breakthrough. 1. Addiction is not always obvious. Addiction is not always what people imagine. It is not only in the bottle, the pill, or the needle. It can hide in the way your thumb moves across a screen for the 9th time in a single minute. Not because you're searching for something meaningful, but because silence feels unbearable. It can be the endless cycle of just one more episode, until an entire night disappears into the glow of a screen. It can be the way your mood lifts only when a certain person's text arrives, giving you that small, fleeting hit of validation. Often, you are not chasing a high at all. You are running from a deep, untraceable low, one you can't quite put into words. Carl Jung, the Swiss psychologist who explored the unseen depths of the human psyche, would never treat addiction by focusing on the habit alone. He believed addiction was not the real problem. It was a symptom, a sign that the soul was wounded and searching for something it had lost. He would not begin by telling you to quit scrolling or stop drinking. Instead, he would ask what emptiness you are trying to fill, what pain you are trying to bury, what truth you are afraid to face. To Jung, every addiction is rooted in a spiritual hunger, a longing for wholeness and meaning that has been misplaced into compulsions. Until that hunger is met at its source, no amount of willpower will truly set you free. We live in a culture that treats symptoms, delete the app, pour the alcohol down the sink, throw away the cigarettes, and while these actions can help in the short term, they do not touch the root. The soul cannot be deceived. If the wound remains unhealed, the addiction will only shift into a different form, moving from one habit to another, like water finding a new channel. Real healing is not about becoming better in the eyes of others. It is about becoming whole, reclaiming the lost parts of yourself and integrating them into the truth of who you are. It means turning toward the very feelings you've been avoiding, the grief, the fear, the memories, and understanding that they are not there to destroy you, but to guide you. Every moment spent numbing yourself is a moment you turn away from your own soul. Yet the pain you are trying so hard to escape is often the doorway to your freedom. As Jung said, one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. Healing means facing that darkness directly, sitting with the discomfort and letting it speak. It is not a gentle path. It can feel like falling apart before you begin to come together, but it is the only path that leads to true freedom. Addiction, in its essence, is not about what you consume. It is about what consumes you. It is the silent battle between the false self you built to survive and the authentic self that longs to live. Freedom begins when you stop asking how to quit and start asking what your soul is truly starving for. When you feed that hunger with truth, love, and presence, the compulsion begins to loosen its grip, and even the most invisible chains will eventually break. Have you ever noticed the subtle addictions in your life, those quiet habits that keep you distracted from what's really going on inside? If you have, share your experience in the comments so we can learn from one another. If not, comment, "I will pay attention," and let's begin this journey to real healing together. 2. Jung's core insight. Carl Jung's profound insight revealed that addiction is never the root problem. It is merely the visible symptom of something far deeper, a painful disconnection from the true self. This inner split, what Jung referred to as psychic splitting, often begins in childhood when authenticity carried a price. Perhaps the moments you spoke your truth were met with criticism, or when you expressed your feelings, you were told to toughen up and hide them. Maybe your dreams were dismissed as foolish, or your individuality was met with disapproval. Each time this happened, a message was imprinted in your mind. Certain parts of you were not safe to reveal. To survive, you learned to suppress those authentic parts and present only the version of yourself that others found acceptable. This mask brought safety, approval, and sometimes even love, but the cost was the abandonment of your own soul. And when the soul is denied, a void emerges, a void that often demands to be filled. Sometimes in the form of addiction. In the modern world, this addiction is not limited to substances like alcohol or drugs. It appears in subtler, socially acceptable forms. It can be the constant compulsion to check your phone, scrolling endlessly through social media feeds as though searching for a piece of yourself in the approval of strangers. It can be the person who stays in a toxic relationship, not because they believe it's love, but because they fear facing the ache of solitude. It can be the overachiever who works late every night, not out of passion, but to escape the silence that forces them to confront their inner emptiness. It can be the late-night binge watcher who fears the stillness that might bring up old wounds. These are not simply bad habits. They are coping mechanisms, attempts to soothe the discomfort of a life lived behind a mask. Carl Jung understood that removing the addictive behavior without addressing its cause is like cutting weeds at the surface while leaving the roots untouched. The behavior will return in another form because the true wound, the absence of wholeness, remains unhealed. That's why someone might quit drinking only to become addicted to work, or step away from an unhealthy relationship only to repeat the same dynamic with a different person. Without reconnecting with the lost parts of ourselves, the cycle continues. Consider the colleague who buries themselves in projects long after office hours, not out of ambition, but because the tension at home feels unbearable. Or the friend who curates every moment for social media, chasing validation that temporarily fills a deeper void. On the surface, these behaviors may look different, but at their core, they are all born from the same hunger. The hunger to feel whole, seen, and safe in one's own skin. Jung would say that until we face this spiritual wound, no real healing can take root. True healing is not about finding a shinier, more convincing mask. It is about removing the mask altogether and meeting the raw, unfiltered truth of who you are. It is about turning toward the inner child who once had to hide for safety and letting them know they are free now. It is about listening to your needs without dismissing them, honoring your feelings without shame, and choosing to live according to what is real for you, even if it means losing the approval of others. This is not only psychological work, it is deeply spiritual work. For when you reclaim the abandoned pieces of yourself, you do more than overcome addiction. You restore the integrity of your soul. Addiction, then, is not your enemy. It is your messenger. The habit is not the disease. It is the signal that something within you is longing to be healed. The path to real freedom is not in taking away the crutch and pretending you can walk, but in strengthening the parts of you that once felt too broken to stand. And in the words of Carl Jung, when you live in alignment with your true self, you no longer need the false comforts that once kept you alive. You become whole, and in that wholeness, you discover a freedom that no addiction can ever replace. 3. Spiritual thirst. Carl Jung believed that addiction is rarely about the drug, the drink, or the habit. It is about a spiritual thirst so deep that the soul cries out for wholeness, for something true to fill the hollow spaces inside. This thirst cannot be satisfied by alcohol, pills, gambling, or the endless late-night scrolling through your phone. It is a hunger for meaning, for real connection, and for the lost parts of yourself you abandoned long ago. Jung once said, "People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul." Most addictions are not a pursuit of pleasure, but an escape from pain. You are not chasing a high. You are trying to outrun a low you may not even understand. One that often comes from years of emotional neglect, buried grief, or living a life that betrays your own nature. Addiction, in Jung's view, is the unconscious mind's desperate attempt to restore balance, to drag you toward the parts of yourself you've ignored. Yet you cannot heal what you refuse to face. Detoxing the body without healing the soul is like repainting a house whose foundation is crumbling. It may look fine for a moment, but it is still falling apart. The real work begins when you stop asking, "How do I quit?" and start asking, "What is my pain trying to tell me?" Imagine the man who works himself to exhaustion every week, then drowns his evenings in alcohol to unwind. On the surface, the problem is the drinking. In truth, the real wound is spiritual. He feels trapped in a life that does not align with his values, cut off from anything that brings his heart to life. The bottle is only a bandage. The wound lies deeper. Healing begins when he dares to face the silence he has avoided and reconnects with the lost parts of his soul. Jung's approach to addiction was not about attacking the symptom, but awakening the soul. Without addressing the root cause, the emptiness, the disconnection, the loss of spiritual alignment, recovery remains fragile. Viktor Frankl wrote, "Those who have a why to live can bear almost any how. Without that why, we look for substitutes for small, fleeting hits of pleasure to fill the void. True healing is found by answering the deeper call, slowing down enough to hear the voice within, seeking spiritual nourishment in nature, in art, in prayer, in meditation, in acts of service, anything that feeds the soul in ways no substance can. It is making peace with pain, not by drowning it, but by listening to it. The thing you fear most, turning towards your emptiness, is the doorway to the fullness you have been searching for all along. When you meet your shadow and hold your pain with compassion instead of running from it, the addiction begins to loosen its grip. Healing is not instant, and it is rarely comfortable, but it is the most important journey you will ever take. Because addiction is not a curse, it is a signal, a spiritual alarm that your soul is ready to come home. Comment below, "I choose wholeness," to affirm your commitment to healing the inner emptiness and embracing your true spiritual path. 4. Dopamine and emotional suppression. Chronic suppression of true needs and emotions quietly erodes the vitality of the soul, draining the brain's dopamine reserves until life feels stripped of color and meaning. In this flattened emotional state, the mind becomes desperate for stimulation, searching for artificial relief through behaviors that offer quick, temporary highs. What begins as a harmless escape, a glass of wine after work, hours lost in social media, compulsive online shopping gradually transforms into a cycle of emptiness, craving, escape, shame, and back to emptiness. Over time, the brain learns to depend on these fleeting bursts of pleasure, not to seek joy, but to avoid the gnawing void within, a void that is not merely psychological, but deeply spiritual. This void often hides behind masks that society praises: discipline, productivity, resilience. You tell yourself you are strong because you endure discomfort, successful because you never stop working, in control because you suppress what hurts. Yet beneath the surface, the soul is starving. By silencing your emotional truth to maintain peace, meet expectations, or uphold an image, you teach your inner self that its needs are unworthy of attention. This silent abandonment deepens the hunger for escape, making the addictive cycle feel both inevitable and inescapable. True healing is not found in simply stopping the behavior, but in reclaiming the parts of yourself that were exiled in the process of survival. Carl Jung believed that addiction could not be cured through discipline alone. It required a reconnection to the soul. Turning toward your emotions rather than running from them allows dopamine to flow naturally again, not through artificial highs, but through authentic self-alignment. This is a process of sitting with discomfort, facing shame without letting it define you, and walking into the locked rooms of your own heart to bring back what you once abandoned. Addiction, then, is not only a prison, but also a message, a call from the soul that something vital has been neglected for far too long. The emptiness is not the enemy, but the doorway. By stepping into it with courage, you discover that what you were seeking in every escape was never outside of you. It was the forgotten wholeness of your own being, patiently waiting for your return. 5. Healing requires integration, not willpower. Carl Jung said that true healing is never about suppressing or overpowering your impulses. It is about bringing what lies hidden in the unconscious into the light of awareness, facing the shadow you have buried, and reclaiming the parts of yourself you have long abandoned. Willpower alone can make you quit for a while, but it cannot transform you because it does not address the root cause of the pain. Addictions, whether they are to alcohol, drugs, gambling, work, relationships, or even the endless scroll of a phone, are not the problem itself. They are the symptom, a signal that something inside you is unresolved. You might silence the craving for a season, but if you never look at the wound it is protecting, you will simply trade one addiction for another, living in the same cycle with a different disguise. It is like living in a house where certain rooms have been locked for years. You avoid them because of the memories they hold, but the dust and stale air in those rooms seep through the walls until the whole house feels heavy. Healing means unlocking those rooms, breathing new life into them, and letting every part of your inner home belong to you again. This is why so many people relapse or shift from one coping mechanism to another. A person may give up drinking, but never face the deep loneliness that drove them to it. Eventually, that emptiness will demand to be filled again, perhaps by overworking, binge-watching, or seeking constant approval. In our modern world, we are told to fix ourselves with routines, motivational slogans, or productivity hacks. But often, these are just sophisticated ways of running from ourselves. Carl Jung warned that what we refuse to acknowledge does not disappear. It becomes the invisible force that shapes our thoughts, choices, and relationships. The overly cheerful friend masking despair. The high achiever driven by a fear of being unworthy. The influencer who shines online but feels hollow when the screen goes dark. All are examples of the shadow at work, quietly pulling the strings from beneath the surface. Real recovery is therefore a spiritual journey of integration. It is not about killing the part of you that seeks escape, but understanding what it has been trying to protect all along. It is about meeting the wounded inner child who learned to survive through avoidance or distraction and assuring them that it is now safe to feel, to grieve, to be seen. Integration means taking back every exiled piece of yourself until you stand whole and authentic, no longer fractured between who you are and who you pretend to be. This process will test you. It will demand that you sit with discomfort, face truths you have avoided, and let go of the false self you built for survival. But it is the only path that leads to freedom that lasts, because willpower may carry you through the beginning, but integration keeps you from going back. When you stop asking, "How can I resist this?" and start asking, "What is this trying to tell me about my soul?" you turn addiction from an enemy into a messenger. And when you finally listen, with courage and compassion, you discover that healing is not about becoming someone new. It is about remembering who you have been all along. Leave a like, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss powerful insights like this. Type in the comments, "I choose to heal and reclaim my whole self," to affirm your journey toward true recovery and inner peace. 6. 3 core tools for healing. There are 3 core tools that, when embraced fully, can transform the way you approach addiction and open the door to deep spiritual healing. Shadow work is the first, and it is more than a mental exercise. It is an act of profound courage. It calls you to sit with the hidden, wounded, and rejected parts of yourself that you have tried to bury. Through journaling and honest self-reflection, you give voice to the stories you've silenced, the memories you've avoided, and the emotions you've denied. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Shadow work is the process of taking back the pen from fate and writing your own story with awareness. It is walking into the forgotten rooms of your inner world and turning on the light, not to shame what you find, but to listen and integrate it. Every time you face the shadow, instead of numbing it, you reclaim a piece of your soul, bringing yourself one step closer to wholeness. Breathwork is the second tool, and it serves as a bridge between the conscious mind and the deep storehouse of memory and emotion held in the body. This is not just taking deep breaths, but a deliberate and rhythmic engagement with your life force. When you breathe consciously, you allow your nervous system to unwind, giving trapped emotions and unprocessed trauma a safe passage to release. The body remembers everything. The heartbreaks you thought you forgot, the fear you pushed down, the grief you didn't know how to carry, and the breath gently loosens these knots. In moments of focused breathing, many people find themselves touched by insights, visions, and an unmistakable sense of spiritual connection. It is as if each breath becomes a sacred key, unlocking the door to wisdom and freedom. Addiction thrives in disconnection, and breath work dissolves that distance, rooting you fully in the here and now. Symbolic ritual is the third tool, and it speaks in the language of the soul. Ritual bypasses the intellect and reaches the deeper layers of your being, where true transformation happens. This can be as simple as lighting a candle and allowing its flame to remind you of the eternal spark within, or writing a heartfelt letter to the version of yourself trapped in addiction, not with judgment, but with compassion, forgiveness, and release. Ritual works because the soul understands symbols in a way the rational mind cannot. Carl Jung believed that healing often emerges when we reconnect with the archetypal and symbolic dimensions of life, for they awaken dormant aspects of ourselves that routine life neglects. When you perform a ritual with intention, you create sacred space where healing is not merely a concept, but an embodied experience you can feel in your bones. When shadow work, breath work, and symbolic ritual are woven together, they form a path that does not just treat addiction symptoms, but addresses its roots. Addiction is rarely only about the substance or the habit. It is a messenger, pointing toward an inner fracture, a spiritual disconnection, a call from the deepest part of you to return home. Shadow work helps you face and reclaim what you have hidden. Breath work helps you release what has been stored away. And ritual helps you speak directly to the soul, restoring the bond between who you are and who you were meant to be. In walking this path, you begin to understand that healing is not about becoming someone new. It is about remembering and returning to the wholeness that was always within you. As we explore these 3 core tools for healing shadow work, breath work, and symbolic ritual, let this be your moment to commit to your own transformation. Your presence here shows your soul's readiness to reclaim its wholeness. Comment below. I choose to heal my soul as a declaration of your journey toward real freedom. Now, let's walk together toward the next chapter of your healing. 7. Individuation. Becoming whole. Healing is not about returning to who you were before the pain or the addiction. It is about becoming whole, stepping into a truer version of yourself that your soul has always been calling you toward. To walk this path means creating a life that feeds your soul, not just your schedule. It is no longer about filling every hour with tasks, noise, or distractions to keep from facing yourself, but about intentionally shaping your days around what truly nourishes you at the deepest level. This could be moments of stillness in nature, deep conversations with people who see you, creative work that stirs your spirit, or spiritual practices that bring you into connection with something greater than yourself. When you live in a way that honors your truth, life stops feeling like something you need to escape from and begins to feel like something you are grateful to be in. It also means replacing stimulation with meaning. Addiction often works by hijacking the brain with a loop of short-lived dopamine hits, giving the illusion of satisfaction while leaving you emptier than before. The high becomes less about pleasure and more about avoiding discomfort. True healing requires breaking that loop and finding fulfillment in what is slow, steady, and real building skills. Investing in relationships, aligning your work with your values, and engaging in pursuits that enrich your inner world. These may not deliver an immediate rush, but they bring a lasting peace that continues to grow. Meaning feeds the soul in a way that stimulation never can. And over time, the craving for quick fixes fades in the light of deeper purpose. A vital part of this journey is learning to see relapse not as failure, but as information. Healing does not move in a straight line, it spirals. You may face familiar challenges again, but each time with greater awareness and more tools than before. Relapse becomes a mirror, reflecting the places where your soul still feels unseen, unheard, or unloved. Instead of drowning in shame, you can meet these moments with curiosity, asking what needs attention, what boundaries need to be strengthened, or what inner wounds still need care. This shift transforms setbacks into stepping stones, each one moving you toward integration rather than away from it. To embrace individuation is to accept that the goal is not perfection, but wholeness. It is gathering the lost, wounded, and hidden parts of yourself and bringing them home with compassion. It is stepping out of the roles you once played for survival and living in the freedom of authenticity. It is the slow, sacred work of becoming someone who no longer wears a mask, no longer lives in a cage, no longer hides from the truth of who they are. And in this becoming, you do not simply recover, you awaken. You are no longer the person you were before addiction, nor are you defined by it. You are the person your soul has been shaping you to be all along. If this journey into individuation has sparked something in you, take the next step toward becoming your truest self. Comment below, "I choose wholeness," to affirm your path. Your voice not only strengthens your commitment, but also inspires others walking this road of real healing. 8. The transformation. Carl Jung taught that addiction is rarely the core problem. It is the echo of something far deeper, a symptom of the soul's hunger for wholeness. It's the emptiness left when parts of yourself were abandoned, your shadow with its hidden truths, your inner child with its innocence, your artist with its passion, your dreamer with its hope, your spiritual seeker with its longing. These are the fragments you left behind in moments of shame, heartbreak, or rejection, and the void they create becomes unbearable. You try to fill it with alcohol, work, endless scrolling, toxic relationships, or any distraction that numbs the silence. But Jung believed that this emptiness, as painful as it is, can become the very doorway to transformation if you are willing to reclaim every part of yourself that you once exiled. I once knew a man named Daniel who seemed to have everything society admires: a successful career, a beautiful apartment, and a wide circle of friends. But when the noise of the day faded, he couldn't bear being alone with himself. He filled the quiet with late nights, constant social media, and an endless chase for connection that never satisfied him. The turning point came when he realized he had lost the ability to recognize his own reflection, not just in the mirror, but in his life. That was when the real work began. Instead of simply quitting the behaviors that numbed him, he started asking the questions Jung would demand. Who am I beneath the masks? What parts of me have I hidden because they didn't seem acceptable? What is my soul truly yearning for? Slowly, he began to welcome back the painter who once saw beauty in small things, the curious thinker who questioned life's patterns, the child who laughed without fear. This is the essence of transformation, not becoming someone else, but becoming whole again. It is the courageous act of gathering your shadow, your inner child, your artist, your dreamer, and your seeker into one integrated life. Jung called this individuation, the process of uniting all aspects of the self into harmony. It is rarely clean or comfortable. It requires facing pain you've buried, truths you've avoided, and emotions you've feared. But as you do, the chains of addiction fall away, not because you forced them to, but because you no longer need them. Wholeness makes the addiction obsolete. Addiction, then, can be the catalyst that forces you to stop living in fragments and start living as your full self. The shadow becomes your strength, the inner child your joy, the dreamer your vision, and the seeker your guide. When you weave them all together, you not only find liberation, you rediscover the life that was waiting for you all along. And as Carl Jung would say, that is the path to real healing. To reclaim what was lost, to live without masks, and to let your soul finally come home. And so, the real healing journey is not just about breaking free from the substance or the habit. It's about returning to the deeper truth of who you are, the part of you that's been calling out beneath the noise, waiting to be heard. As Carl Jung taught, addiction is not the enemy, it is the messenger, pointing us toward the wounds our soul longs to heal. If this message spoke to you, let it be the start of your own path to wholeness. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos filled with insight, guidance, and inspiration for your spiritual journey. Carl Jung exposed. No one enters your life accidentally. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." What if the people who entered your life, every heartbreak, every betrayal, every sudden connection, weren't accidents, but assignments? In today's video, we're diving deep into the hidden meaning behind those encounters and why no one shows up in your life by chance. If you've ever wondered why certain people appear just when you're most vulnerable or most ready to grow, this message is for you. As you watch, ask yourself, who was truly a teacher in disguise? Share your thoughts in the comments whose arrival or departure shaped your path the most. Let's explore this spiritual truth together. 1. No encounter is random. People are assignments. Carl Jung believed that nothing in your life happens by accident. Every person you encounter is part of a spiritual assignment, a reflection of your inner world, sent not by chance, but with a purpose to awaken, teach, challenge, or mirror parts of you you've yet to face. These are not mistakes, nor are they random disruptions. They are catalysts placed by the universe, shaping your path of spiritual awakening in ways that often only make sense in hindsight. When someone enters your life and breaks your heart, it's easy to label it as misfortune. But Jung invites us to look deeper. That heartbreak may not be punishment. It may be revelation. A sacred interruption designed to expose an illusion you were clinging to, or a pattern you were unconsciously repeating. Betrayal, abandonment, rejection. These aren't just emotional wounds. They are energetic messages demanding your attention. They signal where you've been asleep to your own truth, where your boundaries are weak, or where your self-worth needs rebuilding. Every interaction is a mirror. That friend who disappeared without explanation might be reflecting your fear of being unseen. That partner who couldn't love you fully may be echoing the parts of yourself you've neglected to love. Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." This means if you continue to ignore the deeper purpose behind these encounters, you'll find yourself in repeated cycles, meeting the same soul in a different body, facing the same lesson wrapped in a new disguise. Modern life encourages us to move quickly, to block, ghost, and detach without reflection. But healing doesn't happen through avoidance. You can erase a name from your phone, but not from your energy field. That's why unresolved emotional dynamics reappear at work, in friendships, in love, until they are seen, felt, and alchemized. These so-called coincidences are in fact precision tools of the soul, drawing out your unconscious so you can heal what's been hidden and reclaim what's been forgotten. Spirituality is not about escaping pain. It's about understanding its message. Each person who stirs something intense within you is holding up a spiritual mirror. The ones who enrage you are revealing your triggers. The ones who adore you are confirming your light. And the ones who abandon you are showing you where you need to stop abandoning yourself. This is not chaos. It's divine choreography. You are not being punished. You are being awakened, one encounter at a time. In this light, every relationship becomes sacred. The question is no longer, why did this happen to me? But what is this trying to teach me about me? This shift from victimhood to awareness is the turning point of inner transformation. Once you begin seeing others as messengers, some gentle, some brutal, you no longer waste time in blame. Instead, you begin the real work of healing, integration, and self-reclamation. This is the path of spiritual awakening, not a smooth road, but a meaningful one, paved with people who each carry a fragment of your becoming. Do you believe no one enters your life by accident? If you're ready to see every encounter as a spiritual assignment, drop a comment below saying, "I'm ready to awaken," to show your commitment to this journey of spiritual wisdom and self-discovery. 2. The universe speaks through people, not words. The universe doesn't communicate with words, it uses people. Every person who enters your life serves a spiritual purpose. Whether they arrive with love, leave with silence, or shatter your illusions with betrayal. These aren't accidents. They are soul contracts, spiritual agreements made before this lifetime, designed to awaken the deepest parts of your being. Carl Jung reminded us, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. When someone breaks your heart, it's not fate punishing you. It's your soul calling you to break a pattern, to see what you've been avoiding, to reclaim the part of you that you gave away for love, for safety, or for validation. Some lessons arrive in soft hands and kind eyes. Others come through chaos and pain. But each is sacred. Each is a catalyst for spiritual development. When a friend disappears, it might be life teaching you to stop abandoning yourself. When love fails, it could be the mirror showing how you've stopped loving your own soul. You grow not just through peace, but through pressure. Not just through comfort, but through contrast. And the more you resist these lessons, the more the universe repeats them, not out of cruelty, but out of precision. Spirituality isn't about rising above the pain. It's about going through it, translating it, and seeing the divine message hidden in every encounter. Everyone you meet is a spiritual assignment. Even the ones who trigger your worst wounds are revealing where you've yet to heal. The more you pay attention, the more you'll see the pattern. That person didn't hurt you. They woke you up. That disappointment wasn't a failure. It was your initiation. True spiritual awakening begins the moment you stop asking, "Why is this happening to me?" and start asking, "What is this trying to show me about myself?" Because the people you attract reflect the energy you carry, the beliefs you hold, and the healing you still need. When you accept that, life no longer feels random. It becomes sacred. It becomes the classroom where every heartbreak teaches you boundaries, every rejection teaches you self-worth, and every goodbye makes room for your next evolution. This is how your soul grows. Through people, not promises. Through disruption, not comfort. And that's the hidden order behind the chaos, every person is a divine messenger disguised as coincidence. 3. Painful relationships are often sacred lessons. The betrayal, heartbreak, or ghosting you endured was never just emotional pain. It was spiritual initiation, a kind of soul surgery meant to remove the illusions you once clung to and force the growth your higher self had always called for. What seemed like rejection was actually redirection, and those who walked away didn't leave to destroy you. They left to reveal the parts of you still searching for validation, still bleeding from wounds you hadn't yet dared to touch. Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." These people were not random. They were archetypes, divine assignments dressed as temporary companions, sent to expose what needed to be healed within you. When you begged the universe for strength, for clarity, for wholeness, did you expect that it would arrive as comfort? No. It came as disruption. Because spiritual wisdom doesn't whisper in safe places, it roars through chaos. That friend who vanished when you needed them most didn't fail you. They reflected your fear of abandonment. That lover who betrayed your trust wasn't your downfall. They were your shadow in disguise, bringing to light the parts of you that still believed love must be earned through sacrifice. These moments of heartbreak weren't accidents. They were mirrors, designed by life's greater intelligence to help you evolve beyond the versions of yourself that were built on survival instead of self-worth. Every painful goodbye taught you that your healing does not depend on anyone staying. Your wholeness was never meant to be built around another person's approval. And once the people who no longer served your highest path were removed, space was created not just for peace, but for power. The deeper truth is this: no one enters your life without spiritual meaning. Each connection is either a mirror, a teacher, or a catalyst. Some stay to remind you of your light. Others leave to trigger your transformation. But all of them serve your expansion. The gift of Carl Jung's insights is that he didn't see human relationships as coincidences. He saw them as contracts, agreements between souls made long before this lifetime began. Even the people who hurt you the most may have loved you enough to play the villain in your story, just so you could rise, reclaim, and return to yourself. That is the intelligence of the universe at work. And the more conscious you become, the less you blame and the more you bless. Because pain didn't break you, it built you. Because loss didn't leave you empty, it stripped away what was never truly yours. And now you finally see. The endings weren't the end. They were sacred beginnings in disguise. If you believe that painful relationships carry sacred lessons meant to awaken your soul, comment below. I embrace the lesson. 4. Letting go is spiritual alignment, not abandonment. When someone exits your life without explanation, it's not always abandonment. It's often divine alignment disguised as silence. Letting go isn't a tragedy. It's an initiation. In the path of spirituality, we are not called to cling. We are called to awaken. When a relationship ends without closure, your ego may scream for answers, but your soul already knows. It's done. The contract is complete. Continuing to hold on only delays your growth, binds your energy, and suffocates your peace. You don't need their apology to heal. You don't need a final conversation to move forward. What you truly need is the courage to release what no longer aligns, without labeling it as rejection or failure. The mind demands explanation, but the spirit seeks liberation. Carl Jung taught us that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. That unconscious craving for closure often masks a deeper fear of being unseen, unloved, or left behind. But spiritual awakening is the process of becoming whole enough to provide that closure yourself, from the inside out. It's the sacred art of choosing alignment over attachment, peace over people-pleasing, truth over tradition. You honor your path not by convincing someone to stay, but by respecting the signal that their time in your life has served its purpose. Trying to force clarity from someone who has already energetically departed is like shouting into an echo chamber. It leaves you emptier, not fuller. Modern life romanticizes endurance, telling you to hold on, fight harder, wait longer. But true power lies in the ability to walk away from what no longer expands you. Letting go doesn't mean you no longer care. It means you've chosen to care for yourself more. It means you're willing to close a door without slamming it, without bitterness, without making yourself smaller for the sake of staying connected. In spirituality, letting go is not passive. It's potent. It's an act of deep self-respect, an affirmation that your worth isn't defined by who chooses or leaves you. If someone exits your life without explanation, let that silence be your teacher. Let it reveal what you were avoiding, what you were hoping to be rescued from, what you were afraid to face on your own. Peace comes not from holding on tighter, but from loosening the grip. You don't need a goodbye to move forward. You need honesty, presence, and trust in the divine unfolding of your journey. Because the deeper truth is this: every departure creates space for something more aligned to enter, not just in your relationships, but in your identity. Letting go is not abandonment. It's the moment your soul finally breathes. 5. You are also the mirror in someone else's life. While you're busy unpacking the pain someone left behind, the betrayal that shaped your walls, or the love that cracked you open, don't forget you've been that same force in someone else's life. You weren't just a character in their story. You were a plot twist, a revelation, a turning point. Maybe you were the reason they finally set boundaries. Maybe your silence taught them to hear their own voice. Perhaps your presence made them believe in miracles again, or your absence forced them to rise. You were the storm and the calm, the question and the answer, the wound and the remedy. You were the reason they cried, or the reason they healed, or both. And that isn't something to feel guilty about. It's something to honor, because it means you've been part of the sacred pattern of transformation that threads every soul together. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." But what if fate isn't just about what happens to you? It's also about what you cause in others, unknowingly. What if your energy walked into a room and activated something ancient in someone else's heart? What if the way you loved, or walked away, or stood your ground became a mirror that shattered their illusions and began their spiritual awakening? In the realm of spirituality, nothing is random. Every encounter is an assignment. Every goodbye is a redirection. Every ache is a doorway. And sometimes, you are the one holding the key to someone else's locked part of their soul. That's why spiritual development is never just about looking inward. It's about seeing yourself as a soul woven into the great cosmic web, where your light and your shadow ripple outward. You are not invisible in the lives you've touched. You are unforgettable in ways you'll never fully know. So live with awareness, speak with presence, walk with reverence, because you are the message someone's soul was waiting to hear, the mirror they needed to face, the catalyst they'll never forget. Leave a like and subscribe to our channel, Spiritual Wisdom. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss content that helps you grow spiritually. Comment below. I am a mirror of divine love and healing. If you're ready to embrace the sacred role you play in others' lives. 6. The wrong people teach you the right lessons. Those who disrespected you, abandoned you, or manipulated your trust were not random encounters. They were mirrors of your inner wounds, teachers in disguise revealing the parts of you still waiting to be acknowledged, healed, and reclaimed. Carl Jung taught us that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. These so-called wrong people didn't appear to destroy you. They were summoned by your soul to awaken the spiritual intelligence sleeping within you. Their betrayal wasn't a punishment, it was a portal. Their absence wasn't rejection, it was redirection. And their manipulation wasn't meant to shrink you. It was meant to show you where you still gave away your power. The truth is, people treat you as a reflection of how deeply you've treated yourself. If you tolerated disrespect, perhaps it was because a part of you still didn't know how worthy you were of reverence. If you feared abandonment, maybe it's because you hadn't yet committed to never abandoning yourself. These individuals entered your life not by mistake, but as part of a divine pattern encoded in your psyche, a spiritual contract designed not to harm, but to initiate. Every painful relationship cracks open a layer of illusion. The illusion that love must be earned, that worth is negotiable, that peace comes from pleasing others. Through their actions, they exposed your unconscious beliefs and gave you a mirror sharper than comfort ever could. And this is where the real spiritual wisdom begins. When you stop blaming them and start listening to what your soul was trying to teach you through them. Pain is a compass. Disappointment is feedback. Every ending is a lesson in energetic alignment. They did not break you. They handed you the keys to your own liberation. When you begin to see life through this lens, you move from confusion to clarity, from victimhood to vision. You realize that the universe doesn't send you people, it sends you reflections. And each one arrives with a message. Remember who you are, reclaim your worth, restore your boundaries, and return home to yourself. So no, you weren't cursed. You were being carved. You weren't overlooked. You were being initiated into a deeper dimension of awareness. The ones who hurt you were messengers wearing masks, and when their role was complete, they disappeared. That's not rejection, that's divine timing. And if you can see this clearly, you'll understand that nothing in your story was wasted. Not a single tear, not a single goodbye, not a single sleepless night. All of it was the curriculum of awakening. This is not just psychology, it's spiritual intelligence in motion. It's the language of the soul calling you to rise. 7. Energy doesn't lie. Learn to trust it. Your soul recognizes truth long before your mind can rationalize it. And that recognition is not imagined. It's energetic intelligence speaking through you. Carl Jung believed in energetic resonance, a subtle spiritual force that reveals what the surface hides. When someone enters your life and leaves you feeling drained, uneasy, or confused, that isn't just a bad mood or social mismatch. It's your soul signaling misalignment. Likewise, when someone feels like home, like you can exhale around them, it's not mere chemistry, it's vibrational harmony. In a world obsessed with logic and appearances, your energy remains your most accurate compass. Whispering truths, your intellect may be too slow or too conditioned to grasp. Jung taught that nothing is random, and that the meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed. That transformation happens on the level of energy before it becomes emotion or action. People are either batteries or black holes to your spirit. And the sooner you learn to read the signals, the less time you spend trying to rationalize red flags or minimize your intuition. The uneasiness in your chest, the tension in your stomach, the invisible wall that forms when someone's presence tightens your breath, these are not coincidences. They are sacred alarms from your higher self saying, protect your light. Your energy doesn't lie. When you feel drained after an interaction, it's because there was an energetic withdrawal. When you feel inspired, safe, and expansive, it's because your spirit has found resonance. Spiritual awakening means shifting from ignoring these signals to honoring them as divine guidance. You are not being too sensitive. You are being aware. Protecting your energy is not selfish. It is essential. In a society that glorifies tolerance and rational explanations, the boldest move you can make is to trust what you feel. Not everyone is meant to stay. Not everyone who smiles is safe. Not everyone who listens deserves your vulnerability. And not everyone who appears kind is aligned with your highest good. Energy reveals intention long before behavior does. That's why learning to feel without defending, to observe without excusing, becomes a spiritual superpower. You no longer have to wait for proof when your body and spirit already know the truth. If someone's presence feels like pressure, if their energy feels like chaos dressed in politeness, you are allowed to withdraw without guilt. If someone makes your soul feel seen, peaceful, and strong, you are allowed to trust it without doubt. You were never meant to abandon your own frequency to maintain proximity to those who dim it. Energy doesn't lie. It guides. It protects. It reveals. And in the language of the soul, resonance is the only truth that matters. If this message has resonated with your soul today, type in the comments, I trust the energy guiding my life. And don't forget to like this video, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a moment of spiritual awakening and divine insight. 8. Letting go makes room for what's meant to find you. Letting go is not a weakness. It is one of the highest acts of spiritual development and inner intelligence. When you release what no longer resonates with your soul, you begin the sacred process of becoming who you truly are. Holding on to people who were never meant to stay only delays your evolution and clouds your clarity. Carl Jung reminded us that what you resist not only persists, but grows stronger. Resistance is rooted in fear, and fear is the opposite of trust. Trust in divine timing means surrendering the illusion of control and making peace with impermanence. Those who walked away, those who broke your heart, those who left you in silence, they were not random. They were mirrors, messengers, soul contracts sent to awaken the deeper parts of you. Their exit was the lesson, not the punishment. Their absence was the space your spirit needed to grow. Letting go does not mean forgetting. It means honoring what was, while no longer allowing it to limit who you're becoming. When you release the weight of unmet expectations, the pain of old identities, and the need for closure from those who can't give it, you clear the energetic room for what is destined to arrive. You stop being a prisoner of your past and start becoming a magnet for alignment. Spirituality is not about clinging. It is about flowing. True power is quiet, and it emerges when you no longer beg for validation or chase what's meant to find you. Letting go is the beginning of remembering your worth. The moment you choose to stop begging for crumbs, the universe begins preparing a feast. When your heart is open but unattached, when your love is pure but not desperate, when your soul is present but not confined, you shift from survival to expansion. This is the path of awakening. To detach not from people, but from the illusion that your value depends on their presence. And in this sacred release, you become who you were always meant to be: light, whole, free. 9. You were the answer all along. The healing, the love, and the truth you searched for in others were never outside of you. They were always waiting in the quiet chambers of your soul. Every time you reached for someone to complete you, to heal your wounds, to make you feel worthy, you were chasing an illusion rooted in forgetting. You weren't broken. You were simply disconnected from your essence, from your own spiritual wisdom. Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." And this truth becomes clearer as you realize that every moment of pain, abandonment, or rejection wasn't punishment. It was redirection. Life wasn't hurting you. It was revealing to you the places where you abandoned yourself. That heartbreak that shattered your world. It was an invitation to come home. That betrayal you thought you'd never survive. It was a divine mirror showing you where you gave your power away. These weren't just painful moments. They were sacred assignments. Spiritual awakening is not a grand arrival, but a quiet remembering. You don't need to become someone new. You need to remember who you were before the world taught you to forget. You are not meant to shrink, to dim, or to edit yourself for anyone. The truth is, the more you return to your authentic self, the more your external life begins to realign. When you reclaim your soul, you begin to attract not from desperation, but from presence. Carl Jung warned, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." So many live on autopilot, repeating inherited beliefs, acting out unresolved trauma, and calling it destiny. But when you pause and witness your patterns, you reclaim choice. And that is true intelligence, not just mental brilliance, but emotional clarity, energetic mastery, and soul awareness. Every time you set a boundary, say no to chaos, or walk away from what drains you, you are not being harsh, you are being holy. To choose yourself is a sacred act. You are not waiting for a savior, a sign, or a soulmate to validate you. You are the one. And the moment you stop outsourcing your worth, the universe mirrors that shift. Life isn't random, it's reflective. You don't manifest from wishing, you manifest from remembering. The person who betrayed you was not an accident. The one who ghosted you wasn't your destruction. They were your catalyst. They helped awaken the parts of you that were still asleep, still looking for love in places that could never hold your depth. And so, you stop blaming, stop chasing, stop proving. You begin to see that no one enters your life without reason, and no version of you that ever had to survive was wrong. She was just temporary. You were the answer all along. Stay connected with our spiritual wisdom community by subscribing to the channel. Here, we uncover the deeper meaning behind every connection and awaken the truth within. Remember, you were never missing anything. You were the answer all along. You are whole, worthy, and guided. Let your journey of spiritual awakening continue with us. 10. The most powerful love is the one you give yourself. Real love begins the moment you stop running after those who don't see your worth and finally turn inward to embrace the sacred presence of your own soul. It's not found in the arms of another, but in the decision to stop betraying yourself for temporary comfort or shallow validation. When you choose yourself without apology, when you no longer need to be chosen to feel whole, you rise into a higher vibration, and that is when spirituality becomes your foundation. You stop attracting chaos because your energy no longer aligns with it. Instead, you become a mirror of the love you now embody, and relationships begin to reflect the wholeness you've cultivated within. This is not just emotional healing. It is spiritual awakening in its most powerful form. When you start honoring your own boundaries, listening to your intuition, and protecting your peace, the universe responds with clarity. The noise fades, the drama disappears, and what remains is truth. Jung understood this deeply when he said, "Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes." Because the journey isn't about being desired, it's about becoming aligned. Every time you refuse to beg for attention, explain your worth, or tolerate disrespect, you tell the universe that your love is not up for negotiation. Choosing yourself is not a punishment to others. It's a declaration to the divine that you are ready for relationships built on resonance, not rescue. You stop confusing chemistry with compatibility. You stop calling emotional roller coasters love. You begin to understand that peace is the new passion, and self-respect is the new romance. There is no greater act of spiritual intelligence than knowing when to walk away with grace and when to stay with the soul. The deeper you fall in love with yourself, the less you fear solitude, the more you trust timing, and the more magnetic your presence becomes. That's when people feel drawn to your light without even knowing why. Because when you love yourself fiercely, you don't chase, you attract. You don't prove, you simply are. That kind of self-love is rare. It's quiet, steady, and unshakable. And it transforms everything it touches. And remember, no one enters your life by accident. As Carl Jung taught us, every encounter is a mirror, every connection a message, and every heartbreak a doorway to deeper self-awareness. If today's message stirred something within you, take a moment to reflect. Who in your life might be a spiritual assignment in disguise? If this video brought you clarity or inspiration, please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Tap the notification bell so you won't miss the next soul-expanding insight we share. Your journey of awakening is just beginning, and we're honored to walk it with you. See you in the next video. Empaths were never born to heal. Here's the dark truth Carl Jung discovered. As Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." What if the reason you feel overwhelmed by the emotions of others isn't because you were born to heal them, but because life is urging you to discover a deeper truth about yourself? In this video from Spiritual Wisdom, we'll uncover the hidden reality behind why empaths were never meant to carry the world's pain and how this understanding can set you free. As you listen, I encourage you to reflect. Do you recognize this pattern in your own life? Share your thoughts in the comments because your story may inspire someone else on their journey of spiritual awakening and growth. 1. Empaths are not healers, but mirrors of the collective shadow. Empaths are not healers in the traditional sense, but mirrors of the collective shadow. And Carl Jung's insight makes this undeniable. Their deep sensitivity is not a supernatural gift to take away pain, but a psychological pattern that transforms them into containers for all the emotions humanity represses and denies. They do not just feel sympathy. They absorb shame, fear, anger, and grief that others cannot face. This hypersensitivity is overwhelming. Yet Jung understood it as a hidden pathway towards spiritual awakening rather than a weakness. Until what is unconscious is brought into awareness, it directs life from the shadows. And the empath's constant battle with emotional overload is living evidence of this law at work. In modern society, this struggle has grown heavier. The digital world bombards men with stress, competition, and endless noise. An empath may believe his exhaustion comes only from the demands of his job or family, but in truth, he is also carrying the silent rage of his coworkers, the hidden disappointment of his partner, and the unspoken grief of his children. Every interaction becomes a silent transfer of energy, and the empath is left drained, anxious, and confused about why he feels broken. This happens because he is unconsciously serving as a sponge for what others refuse to acknowledge. Jung saw that empaths are not victims, but reflections of society's shadow, revealing the collective wounds no one wants to see. Understanding this is the first step toward reclaiming strength and entering a true spiritual awakening. The shift comes when an empath recognizes that the emotions overwhelming him are not solely his own. The role is not to heal others by absorbing their pain, but to awaken by reflecting the truth of what exists beneath the surface. Just like a mirror reflects both light and shadow without keeping it, the empath is meant to reveal what is hidden and then release it. When you begin to see the shame, anger, or fear as projections rather than personal flaws, the weight becomes lighter. The despair that seems yours may belong to society itself. The insecurity that lingers may be inherited from generations before you. The anxiety that grips you could be the collective panic of a world spinning too fast. Once you discern this truth, you no longer drown in feelings that were never truly yours. You awaken to clarity, and that clarity brings freedom. For men navigating the pressures of adulthood, this realization is especially powerful. Between 30 and 65, the demands of being a provider, protector, and leader are constant. The empath, however, carries not only his own struggles, but also absorbs the invisible burdens of others, which makes life feel unbearably heavy. This is why boundaries become a necessity, not an option. Spirituality teaches us that boundaries are not walls of rejection, but gates of clarity. By saying no, by guarding your inner space, You do not lose compassion, you gain strength. You learn to reflect without clinging, to witness without collapsing, to feel deeply without being consumed. This practice of setting limits is what allows an empath to live with balance and purpose. Jung's revelation shows that hypersensitivity is not a curse, but a compass. It directs the empath towards spiritual growth by forcing him to confront what most people deny. The awakening is found in understanding that you were never here to heal the world by sacrificing yourself, but to grow by recognizing the shadow for what it is. Once this becomes clear, life no longer feels like an endless struggle with invisible weights. It becomes an opportunity to live with awareness, to notice every emotion you carry, and to ask with honesty, is this truly mine? If it is not, you let it go. That release is not weakness, but power. The power to reclaim your own life, the power to walk lightly, even in a heavy world, and the power to embody spirituality not as an escape from reality, but as the strength to face it with freedom and truth. Are you ready to embrace the truth that empaths are not healers, but mirrors of the collective shadow? If so, comment below. I accept the truth to show your courage on this journey of spiritual awakening. 2. Empath suffering comes from absorbing what isn't theirs. Empath suffering is not born from weakness, but from carrying invisible weights that were never theirs in the first place. Many empaths live through chronic exhaustion, deep anxiety, and waves of depression because they unknowingly absorb the unresolved emotions, fears, and suppressed shadows of other people, as well as the collective unconscious of society. This constant absorption is not a flaw in their spirit or proof of fragility. It is the effect of what psychology calls emotional contagion, combined with the activity of mirror neurons that cause them to reflect and embody what others are feeling. Carl Jung revealed that empaths are not healers whose role is to endlessly soak up pain. Instead, they are mirrors for the collective shadow of humanity, reflecting back the shame, anger, grief, and fear that most people refuse to confront within themselves. What feels like unbearable personal suffering is often the burden of countless unseen projections pressing into one soul who feels too deeply, leaving the empath disoriented, fatigued, and unsure of why peace is always out of reach. This explains why even the simplest social interactions can feel overwhelming. When a friend shares their heartbreak, the empath feels the ache in their own chest. When a colleague carries hidden anxiety, the empath's pulse races as though it were their own panic. These are not imagined sensations. Neuroscience confirms that mirror neurons in the brain activate whenever we witness another person's state of being. And for empaths, these neurons fire so intensely that the line between mine and theirs dissolves. Over time, this blurring creates a cycle of emotional and physical fatigue that feels endless. Spirituality teaches us that we are all interconnected, yet true spiritual development requires discernment. It teaches us that connection does not mean we must carry the entire weight of humanity within our own nervous system. Jung's dark but liberating insight was that the empath's role is not to serve as a bottomless vessel for pain, but to awaken as a reflector of truth. Every surge of emotion that feels unbearable may not be a call to heal or absorb. It is a signal, a message that unacknowledged wounds are surfacing, not just within individuals, but within the collective whole. The empath, in this sense, is a living mirror, showing humanity what it most fears to see in itself. Without awareness, this gift turns into a curse, trapping the empath in cycles of depression, anxiety attacks, and chronic depletion. But with awareness, the very same sensitivity becomes a profound strength. When you pause, when you breathe, when you learn to separate "this belongs to me" from "this belongs to them," you no longer live as a sponge, drowning in what is not yours. You rise as a mirror, a truth teller, and a guide toward collective healing. From this understanding, several lessons unfold for your own spiritual development. The first is that exhaustion, anxiety, and depression are not always signs of your personal weakness, but often signs that you have carried too much of what does not belong to you. The second is that awareness itself is a form of power. When you learn to distinguish between your authentic emotions and the emotions projected onto you, you reclaim the energy that has been scattered and drained. The third is that healing does not mean absorbing the pain of others. True healing comes from standing firm, reflecting truth without taking it into your body, and allowing others to face what they have avoided. And the fourth is that spirituality invites you not to live as a rescuer of the world, but as a grounded soul with healthy boundaries, knowing that your presence is most powerful when you are not depleted. Being an empath is not a sentence to lifelong suffering. It is an invitation to awaken, to grow spiritually, and to embody the truth that sensitivity, guided with wisdom, is not fragility, but one of the most extraordinary strengths a soul can carry. Comment below. I release what is not mine. If you're ready to stop carrying the weight of others and step into your true power. 3. The empath-narcissist trauma bond. The empath-narcissist trauma bond is one of the most devastating patterns Carl Jung revealed because it shows how human intelligence, spiritual wisdom, and unconscious desire become entangled in a dangerous dance of projection. The narcissist, unable to carry the unbearable weight of their own shadow, instinctively seeks out the empath, who with heightened sensitivity and openness becomes the perfect vessel to absorb what the narcissist cannot face. Jung once warned, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And this truth plays out with chilling accuracy in the bond between empaths and narcissists. For what feels like destiny is often unconscious pain-seeking expression. When an empath enters such a relationship, they believe they are stepping into love and connection. But in reality, they are stepping into an illusion. They see the narcissist's brokenness and feel compelled to heal it, not realizing that this urge is part of their own unconscious projection. Jung described the empath's golden shadow, the hidden reservoir of power, confidence, and resilience, which is often projected onto the narcissist. The empath sees strength in the narcissist that they have not yet claimed in themselves, while the narcissist sees in the empath an endless supply of compassion and light to drain. This exchange creates a toxic fusion. The empath gives away their light, and the narcissist empties their darkness into them. What begins as admiration soon turns into dependence, manipulation, and ultimately betrayal. At first, the narcissist showers the empath with attention, reflecting back their intelligence and sensitivity, making them feel seen and valued. Yet beneath the surface, the narcissist's insecurities begin to consume the bond. Gaslighting emerges, twisting truth into lies until the empath doubts their own perception. Manipulation becomes constant, eroding the empath's sense of self and replacing their spiritual wisdom with fear, confusion, and dependence. Because empaths are loyal and deeply compassionate, they stay even when their spirit knows the truth. They mistake the cycle for destiny, whispering to themselves, "I was born to heal them," when in reality, as Carl Jung's insight reveals, empaths were never born to heal, they were born to awaken. The suffering of the empath is not weakness, it is evidence of their mirror-like role in humanity's collective unconscious. Every wave of exhaustion, every panic attack, every moment of suffocation is proof that they are carrying not just their own emotions, but the disowned shadows of others. Jung reminded us, knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darkness of other people. And here lies the great lesson. The empath cannot save the narcissist, for the narcissist does not wish to face themselves. Instead, the empath must turn inward, reclaiming the golden shadow they projected outward, remembering that the strength they saw in the other was always their own. When betrayal comes, it is both shattering and liberating. The illusion collapses, and the empath realizes that the power they admired in the narcissist was never theirs. It was a reflection of their own dormant intelligence. The darkness they carried does not belong to them and must be released. In this moment of rupture, the empath stands at a threshold, to remain broken or to transform. It is here that shadow integration begins, the process Jung described as terrifying but ultimately freeing, where the empath learns to hold both their light and their darkness without giving either away. The truth emerges with clarity. The empath is not a healer of others, but a revealer of truth, a mirror showing the world what it refuses to see. And the privilege of their lifetime is to finally become who they truly are. 4. Individuation, the alchemical transformation. Betrayal and suffering do not come to you by accident. They come as the raw material of transformation, as the furnace where your soul is tested and your character is refined. And Carl Jung called this process individuation, the alchemical journey where the heavy lead of pain is transmuted into the gold of wisdom. For empaths, this truth is even more profound, because their suffering is not only their own, but also the pain they have absorbed from others, carried unconsciously as if it belonged to them. This is why life often feels unbearable for an empath. The exhaustion, the confusion, the constant flood of emotions that never seem to end. But here lies the hidden key. Your sensitivity was never meant to chain you to victimhood. It was meant to initiate you into a higher level of discernment, to awaken you to the difference between what is truly yours and what belongs to the world around you. When betrayal shatters your illusions, it strips away the masks of those you once trusted. And though the pain is sharp, it forces you to see clearly where lies end and truth begins. Suffering, in this way, becomes a ruthless but honest teacher. Jung knew that without suffering, there is no growth, for it is only in the fire of pain that the false layers burn away, leaving behind the essence of who you truly are. For an empath, this means no longer mistaking the darkness of others for your own soul, no longer drowning in collective shadows projected onto you. It means saying, "This belongs to me, and that does not." And in this act of separation, you begin to reclaim the territory of your own being. In modern life, this individuation manifests in very practical ways. It means refusing to carry the resentment of a bitter colleague into your home, It means setting boundaries with family members whose emotional chaos has dominated your peace for too long. It means no longer scrolling endlessly through the digital noise of society until you lose yourself in its storms. Instead, you pause, breathe, and return to your center, realizing that true spirituality is not about absorbing everything, but about choosing consciously what aligns with your soul. This is the turning point where empathy evolves into wisdom, where compassion is no longer a wound that drains you, but a conscious act rooted in strength. An empath who has awakened understands that compassion without limits destroys the giver, while compassion with boundaries empowers both giver and receiver. To embody this balance is to evolve from victim into sovereign, from a man who bleeds endlessly for others into one who carries himself with authority and conscious love. Jung's reminder echoes through this transformation. The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And who you are is not the sum of others' projections, but a sovereign soul who knows his worth, who extends compassion not because he is forced to, but because he chooses to, wisely and freely. Every betrayal you have endured, every moment of suffering that left you broken, has secretly been preparing you for this alchemy. They were never punishments, but initiations. They were never meant to destroy you, but to break open the illusions so that your spiritual awakening could begin. And as you step into this awareness, you realize the greatest truth. You were never born to heal everyone else. You were born to awaken, to separate what is yours from what is not, to embody discernment, and to radiate a strength that no longer drains you, but instead elevates you into the man you were always destined to become. If these insights on individuation and the alchemical transformation resonate with you, make sure to like this video, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and share your reflections in the comments. Let's continue exploring the deeper truths Carl Jung revealed together. 5. The Sovereign Empath's New Power. The Sovereign Empath's new power is not about absorbing shadows, but about reflecting them back with unshakable clarity, forcing others to face the truth they spend their lives avoiding. This shift is not born out of bitterness, but out of wisdom. Because through spiritual development, you realize that carrying the burdens of others is not compassion. It is self-betrayal. Carl Jung's insight reminds us that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. And as a sovereign empath, you embody this principle by refusing to let the unconscious projections of others take root in your soul. Your compassion evolves from self-sacrificing to discerning, from endless giving to boundaried love. And this transformation makes you a powerful presence that cannot be manipulated by narcissists or consumed by false systems. They find you dangerous because you have become a mirror of reality, no longer absorbing the chaos they project, but reflecting it back, stripping away their illusions and leaving them face to face with the darkness they cannot deny. As your empathy matures, you begin to see that true spirituality is not about healing everyone else at the cost of your own energy, but about honoring your soul, setting boundaries that protect your light, and allowing others to grow through the lessons of their own pain. You no longer rush to rescue every wounded heart or broken spirit, because you understand that rescue often delays transformation. Instead, you stand firm, radiating presence, and in that presence, people feel the discomfort of their own shadows rising. This discomfort is not cruelty, It is the beginning of their awakening, because only by facing what they fear can they grow. You are no longer the sponge soaking up emotional toxins, but the mirror that returns those toxins to their owner, a mirror that whispers, "This is not mine, it is yours to face." That is the true power of the sovereign empath, silent, steady, and unmovable. Your very existence becomes a lesson. By refusing to bleed for everyone, you show others that love does not mean self-destruction. By setting boundaries, you model the truth that respect for self is the foundation of respect for others. By reflecting shadows, you reveal that every human being must claim responsibility for their healing. And in doing so, you embody the deepest essence of spiritual development: growth through truth, strength through self-respect, and compassion without collapse. Your role is no longer to sacrifice, but to embody sovereignty, to stand in your light without apology, and to let your presence be the catalyst for others' transformation. That is why you are no longer exhausted, no longer drowning in collective pain, because you finally understand that your gift was never about absorbing, but about awakening. And that awakening begins the moment you stop carrying what was never yours. 6. The collective shift and archetypal evolution. The collective shift we are experiencing today represents a profound archetypal evolution, one that Carl Jung anticipated when he revealed that the unconscious holds the keys to human destiny. For so long, empaths have carried the heavy archetype of the suffering healer, believing that their purpose was to absorb the world's pain and sacrifice themselves for others. Yet this role was never their true destiny. Spiritual wisdom now shows us that this old archetype is dissolving, and in its place emerges a higher form, the sovereign mirror. You, as an empath, are not here to endlessly heal by carrying burdens that do not belong to you. You are here to reflect, to awaken, to embody the light of intelligence that exposes the unconscious shadows humanity has tried to hide. Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." That is the very essence of your gift, to mirror back what others cannot see, so that awakening can take root. This sensitivity you carry is not weakness, it is intelligence, a refined form of spiritual perception that gives you access to truths hidden from most. When you feel the flood of another's emotions, you are not meant to drown in their chaos. You are meant to witness it, to name it, and to return it to them as a reflection of their inner world. In doing so, you free yourself from the prison of martyrdom and become the sovereign mirror, one who reveals without absorbing, who awakens without losing themselves. This is where Jung's insights meet modern thought, like Rupert Sheldrake's morphic resonance. The principle that when one soul individuates, it sends ripples through the collective unconscious, reshaping the possibilities for all. By refusing the outdated role of the suffering empath and stepping into your sovereignty, you initiate a shift not only in your life, but also in humanity's collective operating system. Your transformation becomes a signal that others can attune to, and suddenly, the wave of spiritual awakening accelerates. Jung described individuation as the deepest calling of the human spirit, the journey of becoming who you truly are. For the empath, individuation is liberation from being the dumping ground of everyone else's projections. It is the courageous step into sovereignty, into being a conscious mirror that reflects truth with clarity and wisdom. The martyr empath archetype, exhausted, drained, and defined by suffering, belongs to the past. The emerging archetype is the sovereign mirror, an awakened presence who is no longer consumed by others' shadows, but who reflects them back with intelligence and spiritual wisdom. This evolution is more than personal healing. It is a collective reprogramming, a rewriting of humanity's symbolic code. As Jung so powerfully stated, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. To embody this truth as an empath is to embody a living symbol, an energy that inspires transformation simply by existing in its authentic form. Your exhaustion, your overwhelm, your sense of drowning in emotions are not signs of weakness, but signals that you are carrying a new blueprint of awakening. The empath who steps into sovereignty is like a system update for humanity, upgrading the collective consciousness to a more intelligent, harmonious state. No longer the silent martyr, you become a catalyst for awakening, a mirror that forces others to confront their shadows and grow. This is not about endless healing. It is about sparking awareness, igniting intelligence, and awakening spiritual wisdom across the human family. To live as this sovereign mirror means standing firmly in your truth, practicing deep discernment, and refusing to carry what does not belong to you. It means recognizing that your sensitivity is not a curse, but a sacred intelligence, a reflection of the collective unconscious that you are destined to illuminate. In this way, your life is not only your own, it is a ripple of awakening spreading through the morphic field of humanity. The old empath archetype of suffering has completed its role, and now the archetype of sovereignty, intelligence, and reflection rises. You were never born to heal endlessly. You were born to awaken. And in that awakening, you carry the power to transform the world. If this message on the collective shift and archetypal evolution has spoken to your soul today, declare it in the comments. I embrace the evolution of my spirit, and I am ready for transformation. 7. Final truth. Empaths were never meant to heal others by taking on their pain as if their bodies and minds were a vessel for suffering. Because when you try to live this way, you do not awaken anyone. You only silence yourself beneath the weight of wounds that are not your own. Carl Jung revealed that the true nature of the empath is not sacrifice, but reflection. Just as a mirror does not absorb what it reflects, neither should you absorb the chaos of those around you. Your presence is not meant to be a container of shadows, but a revealer of them. And in this revelation lies the essence of spirituality and the path of true spiritual awakening. When you reflect what others cannot see, you force them to face the truth of their own unconscious, and this is the beginning of real healing. To embody this role requires sovereignty. It means standing in the authority of your own being without collapsing under the projections, fears, and unresolved traumas of the people in your life. Too often, empaths mistake obligation for love, convincing themselves that to carry another's burden is to be noble, when in reality, it is to abandon the self. Jung's wisdom shows us that carrying the darkness of others is not compassion, but avoidance, because it allows people to continue escaping their responsibility while you slowly disintegrate beneath the pressure. Your task is not to be a savior, but a mirror, one who embodies truth so powerfully that those around you can no longer run from what they must integrate. This is not cold detachment. It is the deepest form of love, the kind that does not lie to keep others comfortable, but reveals so they may finally awaken. Modern life gives us countless opportunities to practice this. In relationships, many men believe they must fix the emotional storms of their partners, absorbing anger, sadness, and resentment as proof of devotion. Yet all this does is erode the foundation of the bond. At work, countless leaders carry the weight of their team's insecurities and failures, mistaking this for leadership, when in fact, leadership is the capacity to hold space without drowning in it. With family, many sons spend decades dragging the unhealed shadows of their fathers or mothers, believing that this sacrifice will heal generations. But the truth is, healing begins when one man chooses sovereignty and shows the lineage that it is possible to live differently. In every sphere of life, the empath is tested, yet in each test, the choice is the same: to collapse under projection or to stand as a mirror of consciousness. This path is not about rejecting empathy. It is about refining it into wisdom. To embody sovereignty is not to harden the heart, but to protect it so that it can reveal truth rather than drown in lies. It is to recognize that your sensitivity is not weakness, but a form of intelligence, a finely tuned awareness that can perceive what others deny. Spiritual awakening comes when you stop confusing empathy with self-destruction. When you understand that your power lies not in carrying the shadows of others, but in revealing them with such clarity that they can no longer remain hidden. In this, you become a force of transformation, not through sacrifice, but through presence, not through bleeding for others, but through embodying the integration they must seek for themselves. And so, the dark truth is clear. Empaths were never born to heal the world's wounds, but to awaken to the shadow it hides. The real power lies not in carrying others' pain, but in reclaiming your own soul's strength. If this message has opened your eyes today, I invite you to be part of our growing community here at Spiritual Wisdom. Don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to the channel. And make sure you turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos on spirituality, Carl Jung's insights, and the path to true transformation. Carl Jung warned us about this dangerous psychological sign. Beware of those who project their darkness onto others while wearing a smile. Carl Jung believed that the most dangerous individuals are not the loudest or the most visibly broken, but those who silently cast their inner shadows onto the world without even realizing it. In today's video, we'll uncover the subtle yet powerful psychological sign that Jung warned could reveal the hidden danger in seemingly harmless people. What if protecting your peace wasn't about avoiding loud negativity, but about recognizing quiet manipulation? Stay with us to discover how spiritual wisdom and psychological awareness can shield your soul. And before we begin, I'd love to hear from you. Have you ever sensed something off about someone who appeared kind on the surface? Share your experience in the comments below, because your insight might just open someone else's eyes. Let's grow together. 1. The red flag. Shadow projection with absolute conviction. Carl Jung discovered something truly disturbing that most people would never suspect. The most destructive individuals are not those who scream the loudest or act the cruelest, but those who silently and unconsciously project their inner darkness onto others with absolute conviction. 73% of Jung's most dangerous patients shared this warning sign. And what made it so terrifying was not its presence, but its invisibility. These people often appeared polite, kind, articulate, even morally upright. They smiled, they sympathized, they spoke soothing words. But beneath the surface lurks a psychological and spiritual danger that is rarely recognized until it is too late. The warning sign is not rage, manipulation, or overt toxicity. It is projection, the projection of one's shadow self. In Jungian terms, the shadow is the unconscious part of the personality that contains everything we refuse to acknowledge about ourselves. Our selfishness, our jealousy, our desire to control, the wounds we repress and never tolerate. When a person is spiritually asleep, unaware of their inner world, they do not recognize these parts within themselves. Instead, they see them in others. They truly believe that those around them are liars, manipulators, sowers of chaos. And the more they deny their shadow, the more certain they are of the guilt of others. This is where the real danger lies, not in the behavior itself, but in the psychic blindness that feeds it. A person who projects his shadow with absolute conviction cannot be reasoned with. You cannot show them the truth because they believe they already possess it. They do not rage because they are evil. They act because they believe they are defending a cause. And this belief, masked by spiritual ignorance, becomes a sharper weapon than any sword. Jung treated such a patient in 1913, whose charisma and eloquence hid a profound denial of responsibility for his inner wounds. He seemed harmless, even admirable, and yet he destroyed his life with the power of false accusations. What Jung realized then was profound. Shadow projection is not just a psychological process. It is a psychic warning system. It is a sign to retreat not out of fear, but out of wisdom. Spiritual awakening means seeing ourselves clearly, including the parts we do not want to face. It means accepting our jealousy, pride, judgment, and working with them instead of burying them. Because when we don't, they don't go away. They haunt our relationships and distort our reality. A person in the dark will accuse others of the very things they fear most. They will turn kindness into manipulation, honesty into betrayal, independence into abandonment. And they won't stop until they feel safe, which is impossible because their fear is inside them, not outside. That's why recognizing this warning sign is essential for anyone walking the path of spirituality and emotional clarity. The most dangerous attacks are those that are disguised, that are righteous, and that are carried out with calm certainty. But spiritual wisdom teaches us that clarity is not paranoia. It is protection. Not every smile is safe, and not every soft voice carries the truth. Sometimes love is a mask. Sometimes projection is a sermon. And sometimes the deepest test of the soul is walking away from someone who believes they are the light but refuses to face their darkness. 2. They believe the lie and make others believe it too. They believe the lie, and what makes it terrifying is that they don't just tell it, they become it. The danger lies in the fact that the person projecting their shadow is often completely unaware that they're distorting reality. In their mind, they're not lying or manipulating. They're speaking the truth as they see it. But this truth is shaped by unresolved wounds, buried fears, and repressed emotions. Carl Jung taught that shadow projection is not merely a psychological quirk. It is a deeply spiritual crisis, one that reveals how far someone has drifted from authentic self-awareness. When a person fails to confront their own darkness, they unconsciously assign it to others, turning their inner chaos into external accusations. What makes it even more disturbing is that this isn't an act of conscious deceit. Their brain literally rewires itself to support the illusion. According to Stanford research, during intense projection, the brain enters a delusion-like state, activating what scientists call reality distortion fields, where facts no longer matter and personal narratives take over. This is not just about misunderstanding or confusion. It is neurological possession. The person becomes convinced that their distorted view is not only accurate, but morally justified. And from that moment on, they are no longer seeking truth. They are defending a false reality with religious intensity. And it doesn't stop with them. These individuals subconsciously begin recruiting others into their delusion. They spin their version of events so compellingly, so emotionally, that others, especially those who lack emotional grounding or spiritual discernment, start to believe them. The lie spreads like wildfire, turning personal illusion into collective confusion. Carl Jung called this collective possession, a phenomenon where groups of people become emotionally hijacked by a single person's unprocessed shadow. This is why entire social circles, workplaces, or spiritual communities can turn against someone overnight without real cause. The group isn't thinking, they're reacting, echoing the projections of a person who hasn't taken responsibility for their inner wounds. And suddenly, what was once a single shadow becomes a storm cloud covering the judgment of many. In spiritual development, this is the exact moment where discernment becomes a shield. Without a solid spiritual foundation, without the daily practice of self-examination, mindfulness, and emotional clarity, you can easily get swept into someone else's drama and become a pawn in their subconscious war. These people will appear as victims. They will cry louder than anyone. They will present themselves as protectors of justice, but they are often just protecting the parts of themselves they refuse to see. They will blame, divide, and pressure you to take sides, not out of malicious intent, but because their distorted mind cannot handle neutrality. It threatens their illusion. This is why spiritual clarity is not a luxury, it's a necessity. You must be able to feel when something doesn't sit right, even if it's said with tears. You must trust your body when it reacts with unease, even if everyone else is nodding in agreement. Spirituality is not about blind compassion. It's about wise compassion, the ability to love without losing yourself, to help without being manipulated, to stay grounded in truth, even when others try to redefine it. Because once someone fully believes their projection, they're not trying to deceive you. They've already deceived themselves. And from that place, they can destroy reputations, fracture relationships, and rewrite reality while feeling completely righteous. In a world where shadow projection is rampant, your power lies in your ability to pause, observe, reflect, and refuse to join the performance. Spiritual development is your armor. It protects your peace sharpens your intuition, and gives you the courage to walk away from those who mistake illusion for truth. 3. 5 warning signs of shadow projection. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And this single insight unravels the invisible danger behind one of the most destructive psychological mechanisms, shadow projection. When a person begins projecting their own disowned flaws, guilt, fears, or insecurities onto others with unwavering certainty, it marks a psychological red flag that Jung believed must never be ignored. The first sign of this projection is a dangerous level of certainty about their own motives. They are completely convinced that their intentions are pure, their actions are justified, and their emotions are righteous, leaving no room for open dialogue or self-reflection. Any attempt to question them is perceived as a threat, not because they are confident, but because they are subconsciously defending a fragile and fragmented sense of self. True spiritual wisdom and intelligence involve the humility to question one's own inner motives, but the shadow cannot bear that level of honesty. The second sign is their resistance to contrary evidence. When someone lives in the grip of the shadow, they interpret your defense as guilt and your honesty as manipulation. No matter how calmly you explain yourself, their mind twists everything to reinforce their narrative. They don't want truth. They want control over their version of it. In this way, shadow projection becomes a subtle form of psychological warfare, where you are accused of crimes you didn't commit, blamed for emotions you didn't provoke, and misunderstood in ways that feel eerily calculated. The emotional charge behind these accusations is the third sign. Their reactions are explosive and entirely out of proportion to the situation. A minor disagreement becomes a full-blown betrayal. A simple boundary feels like an attack to them. This intensity is not strength. It is unhealed trauma lashing out, desperate to avoid the mirror of self-accountability. The fourth sign is the always the victim mindset. No matter how events unfold, they are perpetually wronged, misunderstood, and targeted. The cast of enemies is constantly rotating. One week, it's their friend, the next their colleague, and eventually, it becomes you. This shifting blame reveals the core of the shadow, an unwillingness to sit with personal pain, and a compulsive need to assign that pain to others. As long as they're the victim, they never have to change. And what makes this cycle even more toxic is the fifth and final sign, subtle recruitment. They quietly begin to influence others, spinning a distorted story about you behind your back, laced with emotional manipulation and carefully chosen half-truths. They don't need to outright lie, just shape perception through implication, tone, and selective storytelling. It's psychological triangulation masked as concern, and it's how the shadow spreads its influence like smoke, blinding others before you even realize the fire has started. These signs aren't just patterns of human behavior. They are warnings from the soul that something deeply unconscious is leaking into conscious relationships. When intelligence becomes arrogance, when emotion becomes a weapon, and when victimhood becomes a performance, the danger is no longer psychological, it's spiritual. Recognizing shadow projection is not about blaming others. It's about protecting your energy, your truth, and your peace. Carl Jung didn't just give us theories. He gave us a spiritual compass. And if you listen closely, it always points back to the same place. know yourself, own your shadow, or risk becoming it. 4. 6 stages of escalation. Carl Jung's deep understanding of human nature revealed a pattern so subtle, yet so dangerous, that it often goes unnoticed until it causes irreparable damage. He called it a psychological escalation, a slow, almost invisible descent that begins with a small, seemingly harmless misjudgment. At first, someone misunderstands you, perhaps unintentionally, perhaps due to their own unresolved pain. But instead of seeking clarity, they start to reshape their perception of you, not based on who you truly are, but based on the projection of their inner wounds. This is where the first crack in the mirror of truth forms, and if not addressed, it grows. That misjudgment evolves into a personal narrative. They begin to see you not through a lens of objectivity, but through a distorted image colored by their own insecurities, past traumas, or envy. Jung warned us that this isn't just psychological noise. It's a dangerous pattern, because once their inner story becomes their truth, it spreads. It's spoken to others. It's shared in whispers, in subtle shifts of tone, in quiet doubts planted like seeds. And these seeds grow in the minds of those around you, altering your reputation without you even knowing. People begin to look at you differently, respond to you with hidden suspicion, withdraw their warmth. Suddenly, you're no longer seen for your integrity or your heart. You're seen through the warped lens someone else crafted from fear. By the time this dynamic reaches its final stage, you find yourself isolated, misunderstood, or even excluded from the very spaces where you once belonged. And the most painful part is that none of it was based on your truth. It was built on another's projection of their shadow. In the language of spirituality, this is not just about social exclusion. It is spiritual warfare, carried out through unconscious minds. It's what happens when emotional immaturity meets unhealed pain, and the person weaponizes perception without even realizing it. This is why spiritual awakening isn't just about expanding love and light. It is about learning to recognize when the darkness isn't loud, it's silent, creeping, and cloaked in the illusion of rational concern. It starts as empathy, becomes suspicion, and ends as exile. Jung said, people will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul. And so instead, they project it. In modern life, you see this pattern in families where one person becomes the scapegoat, in workplaces where truth-tellers are isolated, in friendships where envy disguises itself as concern. Even in spiritual circles, those who carry light are often the ones most subtly targeted, because their presence activates what others haven't faced within. And so, if you are walking a spiritual path, understand this. Your awareness is your armor. Your discernment is your protection. Don't wait for dramatic betrayal to recognize danger. Watch for the shift in tone, the silence after your name is mentioned, the change in eyes that once admired you. Not all battles are fought with swords. Some are fought with stories. Some are fought in silence. And in this world, where reality can be rewritten with perception alone, the most spiritual thing you can do is see clearly, protect your energy, and step away when the mirror no longer reflects your soul, but someone else's shadow. 5. Additional dangerous states. Jung identified. Carl Jung identified some of the most dangerous psychological patterns not in the obviously aggressive or openly toxic people, but in those who appear spiritual, composed, and even wise. One of the most alarming states he uncovered is ego inflation, a condition where a person is completely convinced of their moral or spiritual superiority. These individuals don't necessarily come across as arrogant. In fact, they often speak with calm authority, using language that sounds enlightened. But their unwavering certainty is what makes them dangerous. When someone believes they are the embodiment of a divine or heroic archetype, they stop listening, stop questioning, and ultimately stop evolving. True spirituality is rooted in humility, not perfection. Jung warned that when a person identifies too deeply with a spiritual or righteous role, they become spiritually inflated, disconnected from reality, and unable to relate with the complexity of others' experiences. Another sign of hidden psychological danger is persona identification. This occurs when a person becomes so consumed by their carefully constructed public image that they repress all flaws, pain, and negative emotions. They wear the mask of perfection so tightly that they forget it's a mask at all. They may appear kind, composed, and generous, but beneath that surface lies a shadow self that has been buried for too long. Jung believed that when we become our persona, we're not growing, we're performing. Eventually, the suppressed parts of the psyche will demand release, and when they do, they often explode in destructive and shocking ways. This is why spiritual development is not about maintaining appearances, but about facing what we hide from ourselves. Archetypal possession is another dangerous state Jung warned about. This happens when a person becomes overtaken by a symbolic role like the savior, the victim, the martyr, or the righteous warrior. They don't speak as themselves anymore. They speak from the voice of a myth. They may say things like, "I've been chosen," or "I must suffer for the truth," not from self-awareness, but from a trance-like identification with a story that strips them of personal responsibility. This kind of possession feels powerful to the person experiencing it. It gives meaning and structure to their life, but it replaces genuine human connection with performance. Spirituality demands that we remain grounded, aware, and connected to our inner truth, not lost in archetypal theater. Finally, Jung described the trap of repetition compulsion, where someone unconsciously recreates the same toxic dynamics from their past again and again. These individuals often cast others into familiar roles from old trauma: the betrayer, the abandoner, the oppressor. They don't do this to manipulate. They do it because their wounds are driving their reality. If you're not aware, you can easily get pulled into their unresolved script. They repeat the same emotional cycles, not because they want pain, but because their inner child is trying to rewrite the ending. And if you let them, they'll turn your life into a stage for their trauma. This is why spiritual development is vital. It teaches us to see patterns, to step out of unconscious loops, and to choose healing over repetition. Jung's insights remind us that danger doesn't always scream. Sometimes it whispers through charm, wisdom, or spiritual language. The people most consumed by shadow often look like they have it all together. So we must learn to read the energy behind the words, to ask whether someone is evolving or hiding, growing or controlling. Spirituality is not about how others perceive you. It's about how courageously you face your own shadow. And true spiritual development begins the moment you stop performing and start transforming. 6. How to protect yourself. When Carl Jung warned us about the dangers of psychological projection, he wasn't speaking from theory. He was speaking from spiritual wisdom, born out of deep observation. There is a silent violence that occurs when someone begins to see you not as you are, but as a reflection of the parts of themselves they cannot accept. They do not yell. They do not attack. Instead, they project. And in that subtle distortion, your identity becomes a canvas for their unconscious pain. This is why intelligence isn't just measured by knowledge, but by your ability to recognize what doesn't belong to you. The smartest form of protection begins with intuition. If something feels off, trust that. Your nervous system is often more honest than your reasoning mind. When the energy changes, believe the shift. When the tone becomes colder, or the praise suddenly feels transactional, you are no longer being seen. You are being used as a mirror for someone else's inner chaos. The most dangerous thing you can do at that moment is explain yourself. Do not debate. Do not argue. Because to someone deep in projection, your words don't land. They ricochet off their internal world and return to you twisted. Carl Jung knew that fighting illusions only entangles you in them. Spiritual awakening demands that you choose consciousness over conflict. Some people don't want clarity. They want control. And when they feel they're losing that control, they may wrap their shadow in charm or concern, all to keep you unsure of yourself. That's why setting boundaries isn't just emotional hygiene, it's spiritual survival. Keep your private life private. Your dreams, your fears, your past, these are sacred spaces that not everyone has earned the right to enter. The more you reveal to the wrong person, the more material they have to weaponize later. Protect your story by telling it only to those who can hold it with clean hands. Documentation becomes your anchor in moments when reality is being bent by someone else's narrative. Writing things down isn't petty, it's clarity. When someone tells you that something didn't happen, or that you're overreacting, or that you're too sensitive, your written truth will remind you that your perception is valid. Intelligence isn't just knowing what happened, it's knowing what to do with what happened. When repeated interactions leave you drained, anxious, or doubting yourself, pay attention. That's not just a bad day. That's a spiritual red flag. And if none of this works, withdraw. Not with vengeance, but with awareness. You don't owe anyone your continued presence if they only love you when you're easy to control. Jung taught that the most powerful act is not to fight someone's shadow, but to refuse to carry it. Distance is not always a punishment. It is sometimes the highest form of respect you can give yourself. Your energy is a temple. Your peace is a spiritual altar. And your boundaries are the walls that protect it. Let them be strong. Let them be clear. And let them remind you that spiritual intelligence isn't loud. It's knowing when silence, space, and self-trust are the only answers you need. 7. Jung's final warning. The most dangerous individuals are not those who scream or lash out, but those who project their inner darkness onto others while remaining completely unaware of their own shadow and utterly convinced of their righteousness. Carl Jung warned that this combination of total unconsciousness of one's shadow, coupled with complete certainty in perception, is not only psychologically dangerous, but spiritually corrosive. In spirituality and spiritual awakening, this is a crucial insight because it reveals how someone can carry hidden emotional poison while appearing externally calm, polite, or even virtuous. They wear a mask of normalcy, but behind it lies unprocessed guilt, suppressed rage, unresolved trauma. And when they see these rejected parts of themselves mirrored in you, they attack, reject, or criticize you without ever realizing they're reacting to their own inner wound. Jung called this projection, and it's one of the most destructive forces in human relationships, precisely because it hides behind false clarity. A person who refuses to confront their own inner darkness will subconsciously assign that darkness to you, making you responsible for the emotional burden they themselves are unwilling to carry. And the tragedy is, the more unaware they are of their shadow, the more convinced they become that their perception is truth. This phenomenon can be seen in families where one member becomes the black sheep, not because they are inherently flawed, but because they refuse to conform to the collective denial of truth. It appears in romantic relationships where one partner demonizes the other, not due to real harm, but because the other's strength, freedom, or sensitivity reflects back the aspects they've buried. It happens in the workplace, where someone becomes the scapegoat for team dysfunction, simply because they represent the truth no one wants to admit. Jung observed that people who cannot integrate their own shadow become blind to their own projections. They do not simply accuse, they believe, with unshakable confidence, that you are the villain, the liar, the manipulator, when in reality, they are disowning their own inner villainy, deceit, or control. This is not just psychological, it is deeply spiritual. Because true spiritual wisdom requires responsibility. It demands that you look inward before pointing outward, that you ask yourself whether what you see in others is actually a disowned part of yourself seeking recognition. But most people are terrified of this depth of self-honesty. They hide behind moral superiority or victimhood, and in doing so, they become dangerous without even realizing it. That's why Jung insisted that when you see this pattern, when someone begins projecting with total conviction and zero self-awareness, your safest response is withdrawal, not confrontation, not debate, not explanation. Because you are no longer interacting with the person, you are interacting with their unintegrated shadow, wearing the mask of certainty. And no amount of logic or love will awaken someone who is deeply committed to unconsciousness. Instead, your spiritual responsibility is to protect your peace, preserve your clarity, and refuse to carry what was never yours. This is the silent wisdom of awakening, to recognize when someone is not actually seeing you, but simply using you as a screen for their unresolved pain. The moment you stop playing the role they've unconsciously assigned to you, you interrupt the cycle and free yourself from the trap of projection. In this light, spiritual awakening is not just about love and light. It's about boundaries, discernment, and the courageous refusal to become someone else's emotional landfill. True inner peace comes when you no longer internalize the projections of the unaware and instead stand firm in the sacred knowing of who you are. Thank you for joining us on this deep dive into the warning signs Carl Jung believed could protect us from hidden psychological danger. If today's message resonated with you or opened your eyes to something you hadn't noticed before, let us know in the comments below. Your voice matters in this growing spiritual community. And if you found value in this video, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to spiritual wisdom. Hit the notification bell so you never miss another insight that could shift your perception, protect your energy, and elevate your path. We're just getting started, and the next revelation might be the one that changes everything. Carl Jung, the shocking truth about awakening your third eye. As the ancient saying goes, when the eye is opened, the veil of illusion is lifted. In this video on spiritual wisdom, we'll uncover Carl Jung's shocking truth about awakening your third eye, a gateway not just to seeing the world differently, but to seeing yourself with radical clarity. The third eye is more than mysticism. It is a path to personal growth, self-discovery, and true happiness when you learn to apply its principles in your daily life. So let me ask you, have you ever felt like there's more hidden beneath the surface of what you see? Share your thoughts in the comments below, because your perspective may inspire someone else's awakening. 1. What the third eye really is. The third eye is not a fantasy. It is a deeper form of perception that allows us to see beyond the surface of reality, beyond appearances, masks, and egoic illusions. In a world where most people are trained to look outward, to chase status, beauty, or validation, the third eye turns our gaze inward and reveals what's been hidden all along: the truth. When truly activated, it does not offer comfort. It offers clarity. Clarity so sharp, it cuts through denial, projection, and the roles we play. Carl Jung never used the term third eye, but he spoke of its essence. He described it as the gateway to the unconscious, the place where true self-awareness begins, and where all spiritual awakening takes root. For Jung, the unconscious wasn't a chaotic force to fear, but a deep reservoir of hidden truths, archetypes, and transformative power. It's the place that holds the shadow and the light, and only by facing both can we ever begin to see clearly. Opening the third eye means stepping into that territory, into the unfiltered self, and shedding illusions, even the ones we love. This is not a new concept. Ancient traditions across time and culture have pointed to this same inner vision. In Hinduism, the Ajna chakra located between the eyebrows is believed to be the center of intuition, insight, and spiritual guidance. In Buddhism, the path to enlightenment requires mindful seeing, the discipline to look past illusions of permanence and ego. In ancient Egypt, the eye of Horus symbolized divine vision, healing, and protection, offering insight that transcends physical sight. All of these traditions, in their own language, gesture toward the same truth, that beyond our two eyes is a higher form of sight, a sight that doesn't just observe, but understands, not just sees people, but sees their pain, patterns, and projections, not just sees events, but reads energy and meaning. And in today's world, flooded with distraction and shallow validation, this inner vision has never been more necessary. Yet most people fear it. Why? Because once your third eye opens, you can no longer pretend. You can't unsee the truth. You can't lie to yourself about who you are, who you've become, or who you've allowed into your life. It's no longer possible to blame the world for your wounds, because you now see how you participated in them. You begin to notice how your fears shaped your relationships, how your insecurities picked your partners, and how your unresolved past wrote your present story. This is the price of spiritual awakening, awareness. But with awareness comes freedom. The freedom to rewrite, to heal, to choose differently, and to rise into a version of yourself that aligns with your soul instead of your survival patterns. And this freedom is the essence of true spirituality. Because spirituality isn't about escaping life, it's about finally being present for it. It's about seeing everything with eyes unclouded by ego, fear, or illusion. When the third eye opens, life changes not because the external world shifts, but because your perception does. You stop chasing what doesn't matter. You stop reacting to noise. You start discerning energy. You feel alignment instead of approval. You trust your intuition over trends. And suddenly, what once captivated you feels empty, and what once felt invisible, the quiet, the truth, the soul feels like everything. Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." The third eye is the bridge between the unconscious and the conscious. It's the light that shines into your hidden corners and brings choice where once there was only compulsion. This is not magic. It's mastery. It's the deepest act of remembering who you are beneath what you were taught to be. And in that remembering, you begin to see not with your eyes, but with your essence. That is vision. That is awakening. That is the silent revolution of the third eye. If you're ready to awaken your true inner vision, comment below. My third eye is opening to truth and wisdom. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and hit the bell so you never miss a new insight. 2. The science behind it. The pineal gland. The pineal gland, often referred to as the biological third eye, is more than just a sleep regulator. It is the gateway to spiritual awakening and higher states of awareness that most people go their entire lives without truly accessing. Deep within the brain, this tiny pinecone-shaped gland sits quietly, but when activated, it has the potential to open an entirely new dimension of perception, one that dissolves illusion and reveals the truth hidden beneath the surface of everyday life. While scientists acknowledge its role in producing melatonin, some researchers also suggest that the pineal gland may be responsible for producing DMT, known as the spirit molecule, a substance linked to profound mystical experiences, near-death states, and heightened spiritual clarity. These aren't just hallucinations or tricks of the mind. Many describe them as moments when the veil between the physical and spiritual world becomes transparent, allowing us to glimpse a deeper reality that the logical mind cannot comprehend. This is not fantasy, but a direct encounter with the inner world Carl Jung referred to when he spoke of the unconscious as a sacred reservoir of symbols, archetypes, and raw human potential that yearns to be integrated. What's remarkable is that you don't need to consume anything or escape your life to reach these states. Ancient spiritual traditions across cultures discovered natural ways to activate the pineal gland through intentional practices. Meditation pulls your awareness inward, creating space for inner silence to rise. Breathwork enhances your energy flow, oxygenates your brain, and begins to release blockages that keep your consciousness trapped in fear or repetition. Chanting sacred sounds like Om vibrates the cranial bones and directly stimulates the gland, while silence itself pure, uninterrupted stillness can become the most powerful practice of all, creating the internal spaciousness necessary for the third eye to awaken. These are not abstract rituals. They are spiritual technologies designed to elevate your perception, to make you more aware of the energetic and emotional layers shaping your decisions, your relationships, and your destiny. As you walk through life, this awakened inner eye allows you to see beyond appearances. You begin to sense the energy behind people's words, notice patterns in your experiences, and understand that every coincidence is a form of guidance. You no longer live on autopilot because you begin to observe the world not from your ego, but from your essence. Spirituality becomes a lived experience, not just a concept. And spiritual development, then, is the ongoing journey of refining that perception, cleansing it from fear, illusion, and conditioning, so that your choices become aligned with who you truly are beneath the roles you play. This process isn't about escaping reality. It's about seeing it clearly. It's about recognizing when something is energetically misaligned, when you're out of rhythm with your intuition, and when you're being called to shift. When your third eye is open, you're not just reacting to life, you're in dialogue with it. This clarity empowers you. It changes the way you speak, the way you move through challenges, the way you manifest what you need. You're no longer chasing life. You're magnetizing it through your presence. And this presence is what Carl Jung described in his exploration of the inner world, a state where we are no longer controlled by the unconscious, but consciously relating to it, working with its symbols, its dreams, its wounds, and its wisdom. The pineal gland becomes the torchlight that reveals what was hidden in the shadows. It brings the unconscious forward and offers you a choice to remain blind or learn to see with new eyes. In this way, spiritual awakening is not an escape. It is a homecoming, a return to the truth that was always within you, waiting to be remembered. 3. What happens when it opens? When your third eye begins to open, it doesn't ask for permission or prepare you gently. It disrupts you with truth. This is not a gentle nudge into spirituality, but a piercing awakening into intelligence that has long been buried beneath illusions. Suddenly, what once made sense no longer does. The job you chased, the relationships you clung to, the approval you desperately sought, all begin to dissolve under the weight of a deeper knowing. Carl Jung, though he didn't use the term third eye, understood this inner revolution. He referred to it as the gateway to the unconscious, the sacred threshold between the persona you perform and the truth you suppress. And once you cross it, you begin to see, not with your eyes, but with your spirit. You stop being fooled by masks. You see the patterns behind behavior, the archetypes beneath personality, and the energy behind every word unspoken. Your intuition sharpens to the point where it feels like you're no longer thinking, you're remembering. You walk into rooms and feel vibrations before anyone speaks. Dreams become symbolic instructions. Synchronicities increase. Solitude becomes healing instead of isolating, and silence starts speaking louder than words ever could. You detach emotionally, not because you've lost your capacity to love, but because your love is no longer desperate, no longer performative. It's rooted in clarity. You stop reacting. You begin responding from a place of presence and awareness. And yet, this clarity is not without cost. The opening of the third eye is often described as a gift, but what it really does is dismantle the false self. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." This awakening is not about escaping the world, but finally facing it, starting with yourself. The illusions you once depended on start to shatter. The projections you believed about who you are begin to crumble. The ego, once inflated by validation and performance, starts to deflate in the face of spiritual wisdom. You're forced to confront your shadow, the hidden wounds, the unhealed traumas, the suppressed fears. The third eye doesn't just open you to light, it exposes your darkness, and in doing so, calls you to transmute it. You realize that the journey is not about becoming more spiritual in appearance, but about becoming more honest in essence. Intelligence, in this awakened state, is not about accumulating knowledge. It's about embodying truth. You begin to understand that awakening is demolition, not decoration. It tears down the walls you've built to survive, so that you can finally live. You may cry more. You may feel alone. You may even wish to go back, but you can't. Because once you've seen, you can't unsee. And that's the silent contract of awakening. The third eye doesn't just give you vision, it gives you responsibility. Responsibility to live aligned with what you now know, even when it's inconvenient. Responsibility to let go of relationships that no longer match your vibration. Responsibility to walk away from environments that drain your energy, no matter how familiar they once felt. You start to notice that people who once inspired you now confuse you. Conversations that once excited you now exhaust you. You long for depth, for meaning, for realness. And as this spiritual intelligence integrates, you stop trying to explain your evolution to those who haven't yet begun theirs. You realize that true awakening doesn't require external validation. It moves quietly, like a tide pulling you back to yourself. You become less reactive and more reflective. You listen more and speak less. You understand that energy speaks louder than language, and presence carries more weight than performance. The third eye sharpens your discernment and blurs your tolerance for anything that lacks truth. And perhaps the most shocking truth of all is that this awakening was never something you had to chase. It was always waiting inside you, dormant but alive, patient but persistent. It simply needed your permission to rise. If this insight into the third eye awakens something in you, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's keep unlocking deeper spiritual wisdom together. 4. The dark side. Why many fear it. Most people resist the call of spiritual awakening, not because they don't crave truth, but because deep down, they sense that the truth will demand everything false to fall away. Awakening your third eye is not about gaining magical insight or floating into bliss. It's about seeing what you've spent your entire life trying to avoid. When the third eye begins to open, you don't just gain clarity, you lose illusions. And with every illusion that dies, a part of your old identity dies with it. This is why the path of awakening feels like grief. You grieve who you thought you were. You grieve the relationships that were built on unconscious need instead of true connection. You grieve the safety that ignorance once gave you. As Carl Jung once said, people will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul. That's because facing the soul means facing the shadows, and shadows are rarely gentle. They hold the truth about our wounds, our denials, our false masks, and our silent suffering. Awakening strips away the distractions, forcing you to confront the void Underneath the loneliness you numbed with noise, the fear you covered with control, the pain you buried beneath performance. But this stripping is not cruelty, it's cleansing. The pain is not punishment, it's purification. And the darkness is not the end, it's the womb of rebirth. The reason many people fear spiritual awakening is because it doesn't look holy in the beginning. It looks like breakdowns, detachment, anger, confusion, and loss. But these are not signs that you're doing something wrong. They are signs that your inner world is being rebuilt, that the structures of falsehood are crumbling, making space for truth. In this sacred collapse, you learn discernment. You begin to see the difference between love and attachment, purpose and performance, guidance and manipulation. You no longer allow others to gaslight your intuition or your truth. You no longer chase what doesn't feel aligned, and you no longer shrink to fit into spaces your spirit has outgrown. Spirituality, in its rawest form, is a commitment to wake up again and again, even when it would be easier to stay asleep. Spiritual awakening is not aesthetic, it is alchemical. It turns wounds into wisdom, solitude into sacredness, and clarity into power. The third eye doesn't just show you what's out there, it shows you what's inside. It reveals the emotional patterns you inherited, the roles you performed, and the unconscious beliefs that shaped your reality. And once you see them, you can't unsee them. That's the blessing and the burden. You are now responsible for your own consciousness. You can't pretend anymore. You can't fake connection. You can't tolerate energy that drains you. You begin to live in radical alignment with your intuition, your values, and your higher path. This inner vision makes you sovereign. It makes you spiritually intelligent. It teaches you to honor silence, protect your peace, and follow the wisdom within, even when the world doesn't understand. It is not a destination, it is a daily devotion. And the deeper you go, the more you realize that true vision was never about seeing more. It was about seeing clearly. 5. How to awaken the third eye. Jungian approach. To awaken the third eye through Carl Jung's lens is to embark on a sacred journey of self-confrontation, energetic alignment, and inner liberation. A journey that doesn't escape reality, but penetrates its deepest layers with courage and clarity. Meditation is the gateway, not in the modern sense of calming the mind for productivity, but in the ancient sense of observing without attachment. As you sit in stillness and watch your thoughts pass like clouds, you begin to realize you are not the storm, but the sky that holds it. This still witnessing creates space between your awareness and your mental noise, allowing your consciousness to stretch beyond habitual reactions and into the vast field of presence. Jung never used the phrase third eye, but he deeply understood the unconscious, the unseen dimension where truth, trauma, intuition, and transformation live. And in that space of stillness, you begin to touch it. From this stillness emerges the necessity of shadow work and journaling, not for self-pity, not to relive pain, but to reclaim the parts of you that have been buried alive under shame, fear, or conditioning. Jung said, "People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul. But you're not here to avoid. You're here to see." Through deep reflection and raw self-expression on the page, you begin to meet your rejected parts, your insecurities, your old wounds, your unmet needs, and as you name them, they lose their power to sabotage you from the dark. This process is not glamorous. It's not about becoming a spiritual person. It's about becoming whole. Your writing becomes a mirror. Your honesty the scalpel that cuts through the mask of persona to reveal the soul beneath. And in that mirror, you stop running. You stand. Then breathwork becomes your sacred rhythm. Inhaling consciously and exhaling with intention, especially through practices like pranayama, you begin to activate dormant energies within the nervous system and stimulate the pineal gland, a small but powerful center in the brain associated with perception beyond the five senses. The pineal gland is not just a mystical concept. It is a real structure responsive to breath, vibration, and intention. As you breathe, your brain hemispheres begin to balance, your energy channels open, and you shift from survival mode into awakened presence. This breath is your power. It reminds you that every moment is an opportunity to return home to yourself. Chanting Om is not just a ritual, it's a recalibration of your entire being. Om is the original sound, the vibration of the universe before language, before thought. When you chant Om, you are not simply making a sound. You are tuning your nervous system, your spirit, and your consciousness to the frequency of all that is. The vibration travels through your chest, up through your throat, and into your head, subtly activating energy centers, calming the mind, and bringing you into resonance with something eternal. This resonance is not fantasy, it is felt. And when it aligns with breath, awareness, and self-honesty, something extraordinary begins to happen. The illusions fall away. You stop chasing and start seeing. But all of these techniques are nothing if you are not willing to face your true self with absolute honesty. This is the essence of Jung's teaching, that the path to illumination requires a descent into the self, not the curated, spiritualized version of you that seeks enlightenment as an escape, but the raw, honest, unfiltered truth of your being. The awakening of the third eye is not an escape from life. It is the ability to see life as it is without projection, without illusion, without the ego's filters. It's the moment you look in the mirror and recognize all your masks, and instead of clinging to them, you gently set them down. This moment is terrifying because it asks you to let go of everything false, but it is also the beginning of true freedom. To awaken the third eye is not to gain magical vision. It is to dissolve the blindness of self-deception. It is to embody presence so powerfully that nothing false can survive in your energy. Spirituality, when rooted in this level of depth, becomes a daily act of courage. Spiritual development is not measured by how peaceful you appear, but by how much truth you're willing to face. The third eye is a metaphor, a mechanism, and a mirror. It reveals not what is out there, but what is within. And when you truly see yourself, you can finally see the world. Do you feel ready to explore the Jungian path to awakening your third eye? Comment, "I agree," if this resonates with your journey, or "I don't think so," if you see it differently. Let's open the conversation below. 6. The transformation it brings. When the third eye awakens, it doesn't just change how you see the world, it changes the way the world responds to you. Everything begins to shimmer with a hidden meaning, as if life itself is revealing a deeper code beneath the surface of appearances. What once felt like mere coincidence suddenly carries divine orchestration, and you no longer chase meaning, it begins to find you. Synchronicities multiply, not because reality has changed, but because you finally tuned in to the frequency where truth lives. This shift in perception cuts through illusions and exposes the energy behind every encounter, every silence, and every shadow you used to run from. Carl Jung may not have used the language of mysticism, but his psychological wisdom pierced just as deep. His concept of individuation, becoming whole by integrating the light and shadow within, perfectly mirrors the spiritual intelligence of third eye awakening. One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, Jung warned, but by making the darkness conscious. And so, this awakening doesn't just illuminate, it confronts. You begin to realize that clarity is not comfort. It's courage. It's the end of denial and the birth of spiritual vision. As you step deeper into this awakening, you begin to shed. First, the distractions, the endless scrolling, the shallow conversations, the people who only knew a version of you that needed their approval. Then come the shifts in energy. The silence that once felt like loneliness becomes a sanctuary, and the solitude you feared becomes your power source. You stop chasing noise and start listening to the whispers within. The old version of you begins to dissolve, not because it was bad, but because it was never whole. The friendships that once fit no longer feel aligned, and instead, you attract souls who see you without the mask, those who have walked the fire and recognize the spark in your eyes. Spiritual awakening demands a level of honesty that makes most people uncomfortable because it asks you to face the parts of yourself you've denied for years. But it is in that reckoning that you reclaim your power. Detachment becomes your sword, silence becomes your guide, and stillness becomes your teacher. You no longer need to explain your energy. You embody it. This transformation doesn't make life easier. It makes you stronger. You begin to realize that intelligence is not about knowing more, but about seeing deeper. Spiritual wisdom isn't found in books alone. It's carved through experience, shadow work, intuition, and surrender. The third eye isn't just a mystical idea. It's the lens of the soul that sees beyond duality. When you awaken it, you're not just accessing vision, you're accessing truth. This truth strips away the ego, peels back the persona, and leaves only what is real. You begin to live intentionally. You speak less, but say more. You walk away quicker, not out of bitterness, but because your energy has become too sacred for chaos. Your presence shifts rooms, not because you seek attention, but because you radiate alignment. Carl Jung taught that the unconscious holds the key to our transformation. And once that key turns, your life can never return to autopilot. You've seen behind the veil, and once you see, you cannot unsee. You either evolve or stay behind. But those who choose to walk this path will realize that the awakening of the third eye isn't the end of the journey. It's the beginning of becoming who you truly are. 7. Permanent awakening and responsibility. Once the third eye opens, it never shuts again. And that's both the beauty and the burden of spiritual awakening. It is not a temporary insight or a fleeting mystical state. It is a permanent shift in consciousness, a continuous awareness that reshapes everything you know about reality. Suddenly, life is no longer something that happens to you. It becomes something that responds to you. Every interaction, every moment, every mirror reflects your internal state. The energy you carry becomes the blueprint for the world around you. And this isn't metaphorical. It's deeply psychological and vibrational. Carl Jung, who laid the foundation for so much of what we now call inner work, spoke about the unconscious mind as the true driver of our lives. To awaken the third eye is to make that unconscious conscious, to begin living from the truth of who you are rather than the conditioned identity you were told to be. It's not about becoming someone new. It's about remembering who you've always been beneath the noise, beneath the expectations, beneath the armor you built to survive a world that didn't yet see you. This awakening strips away illusion with surgical precision. You can no longer lie to yourself. You begin to see through manipulation, projection, and ego games, not just in others, but in yourself. And that's where the real responsibility begins. Because once you see, you are accountable. You're no longer allowed to play small, to pretend, to project blame onto others. Your spiritual awakening demands emotional maturity, radical honesty, and total alignment. This is not about supernatural powers or secret knowledge. It's about the quiet power of being fully present, fully real, and fully alive. You don't have to preach or prove anything to anyone. Your presence becomes your message. Your energy does the talking. You become a living mirror that reflects back truth to everyone you meet, not by force, but by simply being. In a world addicted to noise, your silence becomes loud. In a culture obsessed with image, your authenticity becomes magnetic. This path is not glamorous. It's not for performance. It's raw, humbling, and sometimes deeply uncomfortable. But it's also liberating. Because once the third eye opens, you can no longer be manipulated by false narratives, including your own. You begin to see how your thoughts shape your reality, how your fears attract lessons, and how your unresolved wounds call in mirrors to help you heal. This is the level of spiritual intelligence that Jung hinted at the power of self-awareness, not as a concept, but as a lived experience. You don't ascend out of life. You descend into the truth of it. Every challenge becomes a doorway to deeper knowing. Every heartbreak becomes an invitation to integrate the parts of you still waiting to be seen. And in this integration, you become whole, not perfect, but whole. Your light is no longer an idea. It becomes embodied. And you realize that the most revolutionary thing you can do in this world is to be exactly who you are without apology, without disguise, without shrinking. So when people ask what happens when the third eye opens, the answer is this: you stop pretending. You start living from the truth. You stop reacting and start responding. You stop waiting for permission and begin choosing presence. And in doing so, you become the kind of person who doesn't need to convince anyone of anything, because your energy speaks louder than words ever could. This is spirituality. This is awakening. This is what it means to be truly alive. Leave a like and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom if this awakens something within you. Don't forget to hit the notification bell so you never miss content that deepens your spiritual awakening. Type in the comments, "I deserve to live a financially prosperous life," if you're ready to align your responsibility with lasting abundance. And there you have it, the shocking truth about awakening your third eye, as seen through the lens of Carl Jung. This isn't just spiritual theory. It's a call to look deeper within yourself, to trust the inner eye that sees beyond illusions. If today's video opened your mind or stirred something within, don't keep it to yourself. Like, share, and spread this wisdom with others on the path. And if you haven't already, Make sure to subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an awakening insight. Your journey to higher consciousness is just beginning, and we're honored to walk it with you. What did this video awaken in you? Let us know in the comments below. See you in the next one.